One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
The dramatic scene in the Oval Office today, the tense confrontation, President Trump ambushing the president of South Africa.
Up next, another Oval Office meltdown. President Trump ambushing the president of South Africa.
President Trump is being accused of conducting something of a diplomatic ambush of South Africa's president in the Oval Office.
To be with you, I'm Katie Tur. President Trump orchestrated another Oval Office ambush today.
Today, Donald Trump meeting with the president of South Africa and attempting to ambush and humiliate that leader.
Zelensky territory, where essentially he was a bit ambushed inside the Oval Office.
Felt like an ambush in there, kind of like the President Zelensky meeting in the Oval Office.
This was an ambush. It was orchestrated.
Cyril Ramaphosa brought his best diplomatic self to this meeting, but nothing could have prepared him for this multimedia ambush.
What started as, to some degree, an ambush.
Well, Katie, I mean, it was an ambush.
Ambush.
Ambushed.
Ambush.
An ambush.
Ambushing.
Ambushed inside the Oval Office.
I'm so sick of those people. At some point, when you watch the so-called news, there must be a point where you sit back and realize, I can't do this to myself. I mean, it's like injecting one of the worst drugs possible into your veins. It's harmful. They lie with such ease, can look right in the camera and smile with their pretty, handsome faces and lie completely to you. And unfortunately, the masses, well, much of the masses, swallow that stuff up, take a piece of bread and swipe the plate and the gravy and eat it up. They can't understand that they are basically at this point wards of the state. That's how I look at them. They are wards of the state. They are operatives, and they're useless idiots. And I don't mean to call people. Yeah, I do. If you look at that stuff and that's what you believe, you're absolutely nuts. So some of you guys are probably thinking to yourself, why? What? I thought Barry, was going to be spending time with Ashley this weekend, and what are you doing? Where is she supposed to land? Well, as of right now, oh my goodness. Her flight was supposed to land today at 12:15. Then it got pushed to 4:30, and you heard my phone just go ahead and rumble. Her flight has now been pushed to 7 p.m. So I might be able to get 2 shows in. No, I'm only going to be able to do 1. This is awful. I don't know. And I checked all different airlines to see if I could do something, but I couldn't find another flight to get her down here. So that's why I'm on. I could sit around the pool and do nothing, or I could come talk to you guys. And Robin pretty much said, go do what you got to do. All right, so we're going to do a show. I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't know what the content fully will be. So here's what we're planning on. I don't know if President Trump is going to release the video live or if he's going to, I don't know, maybe do a tape delay. So if he comes on, I'll be ready to take him in terms of him signing his executive orders. And I believe the executive orders today are going to be about something regarding nuclear power. So we'll take that. But in the meantime, let's go back a few hours. I mean, it's 1 o'clock now. So let me take you back to, I don't know, 8 o'clock this morning. About President Trump dropped a couple of truth things. One was at 7:43. The other one was at 7:19. And the other one was at 5:59. So let's go in chronological order and look at the one from 5:59, since that one was the first. So in looking at the one at 5:59, he said, "Our negotiated deal with the United Kingdom is working out well for all. I strongly recommend to them, however, that in order to get their energy costs down, they stop with the costly and unsightly windmills and incentivized modernized drilling in the North Sea, where large amounts of oil lay waiting to be taken. A century of drilling left with Aberdeen as the hub. The old-fashioned tax system disincentivizes drilling rather than the opposite. UK's energy costs would go way down and fast." So he's asking UK, hey, quit being idiots, enough with this green new craziness, and start drilling. Your economy, which would then help the world, will be much better if you actually start drilling for oil. I don't know if there's been a response. And again, you can see that was at 5:59 this morning. He followed this one up at 7:19. So the Prez was up early this morning doing business. Says, "I have long ago informed Tim Cook of Apple that I expect their iPhones that will be sold in the United States of America will be manufactured and built in the United States of America, not India or any place else. If that is not the case, a tariff of at least 25% must be paid by Apple to the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And Tim Cook, I apologize for ruining your day," at 7:19 a.m. He wasn't done. Then he said this: "The European Union, which was formed for the primary purpose of taking advantage of the United States on trade, has been very difficult to deal with." So he's calling them out, letting the world know, hey man, these guys ain't playing well. Their powerful trade barriers, VAT taxes, ridiculous corporate penalties, non-monetary trade barriers, monetary manipulations, unfair and unjustified lawsuits against American companies, and more have led to a trade deficit with the U.S. of more than $250 million a year, a number which is totally unacceptable. Our discussions with them are going nowhere. Therefore, I'm recommending a straight 50% tariff on the European Union starting on June 1st, a little over a week. There's no tariff if the product is built or manufactured in the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So President Trump woke up this morning and he decided, I'm not doing enough. You people obviously aren't getting the message. You need to build here if you want to sell here. There's no other way around it. I am not going to let you guys take advantage of the United States, of Americans any longer. You need us more than we need you. He's making that very clear across the world. Now, interesting, of course, let me refresh before I show this to you. Very interesting, as you might have expected, What happens? Well, if President Trump speaks, people listen. And when he spoke, and it continues to be this way, the Dow falls 200 points as Trump threatens new tariffs against the EU and Apple. The S&P is down 32, NASDAQ down 143, the Dow down to 12 as of right now. So I'm going to ask you a question. You get the feeling that many countries and many companies and the stock market are completely, if not completely, very much dependent upon Americans being screwed. You're telling me by the President of the United States simply telling the world, either do business with us here by making your stuff here, or you're going to have a problem, is causing all kinds of conniptions and craziness, and causing Wall Street and these companies and the left to all freak out when it's such a duh moment. Yeah, I want you to make your stuff here. You want to sell here, make it here. That doesn't seem all that complicated. So why would the entire market be all up in arms because, oh my gosh, President Trump, he's going to put a tariff on that country or that country? Well, I sat back this morning and I went, in all my time being a stockbroker, I never thought about it. And now all of a sudden it's starting to glean. I'm starting to figure something out. That the entire world economy is completely dependent upon you and me. You see, our money is what they want, but they need our money to fund stuff over there. And without our money, as you see with the stock market, and you see how people are freaking out, South Africa and Zelensky begging, and all these countries coming, please don't do this to us. There's nothing about doing anything to you. That's where the problem is. The media and certain people in the government think we're doing something to the rest of the world. You watch MSNBC or CNN, and it's, oh my God, I cannot believe Trump has done this and done that. He's ambushed and ambushed and... No, it's just the opposite. And people don't want to accept that. What would this world be like if we returned to being the center of economic activity? What if we worried about making stuff here again and built up our industry? What would the stock market do? Well, it'd probably plummet. Because the stock market is made up of all these companies, and now that you are watching what's been happening lately, you have to wonder how many of these companies around the world that have issued stock that are trading on the stock market have been funded by USAID or the deep state. How many of them out there? Hey, well, let's go ahead and sell 1 million shares of this company, and guess what? We're going to make a whole bunch of money, and we're going to make the Americans have to buy it, and we're going to... Well, wait a second. I can't see that company over there. I could drive to a company here. We could all, hey, what's XYZ company? Where is it? Let's drive to it. Let's look at it. Does it have people there? Is it employing people? Are they being treated fairly? We don't know what the hell is going on in these other countries. We don't know who's invested in these other countries. We don't even know if it's real money. But I believe we're starting to see these ramifications. And I again, would like you to begin thinking about this. And why when Trump speaks and talks about protecting America, does the stock market react negatively? And that's what struck me today. What? That should shoot up. Why are people worried? I mean, when you look at the actual headline, the Dow falls as Trump threatens new tariffs against EU and Apple. What if you wrote that headline completely different? The Dow falls 200 as Trump looks to make sure that America is first. Why do I care if tariffs are on EU or Apple? I have an Android. Robin has an Apple. If for some reason Apple couldn't make their stuff here and it became prohibitively more expensive, guess what? There's other people that will step in. There's obviously these Androids. I don't even know where this is made. But there's all kinds of different companies who would take advantage of that and say, you know what? Why don't we just make it here? What happens if we just said, we don't want any of your shit? Excuse my language. What would happen around the world? They depend on us. That's why that stock market is in the red. When you look at it that way and say, these people all want your money, but don't want you to enjoy it. Meaning they don't expect you to be the one to prosper. Yeah, somebody over there in India's got a big old mansion, or somebody in Portugal. Good for them. Live like kings. But not at our expense. And so as Trump dropped all these things this morning, and I watched the stock market go crazy and everything else, and numbers drop, and it'll probably drop to much more. It looks like it's coming up. It's at 170 right now. I'll keep a look at it. But it's one of those things where you have to wonder and begin watching. And as you're watching, understand that you keep hearing the term, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. And what does that mean? And I posted about it earlier today, and I said President Trump is out here making millionaires. Here's my post from earlier today. President Trump is creating millionaires on a monthly basis. Here comes another opportunity to buy the inevitable dip this morning. So if you were in a position, you see it happening, and it keeps happening. Every single time he makes a move, it goes down. People panic. Remember he said, don't be a panicking? Well, people panic. They start, oh my God, what do we do? And then it's like time to feast. Because in about 2 or 3 days, mark my words, it's 117 on May 23rd. Whatever ends up happening today or tomorrow, people start selling off. You watch what happens about Tuesday or Wednesday. And it's, things are dipping, and then the fire alarm ends and it goes right back up. I don't even know why it ever dips, especially now after we have seen it a few times over and over. Down, boom, boomerang, right back up. But people are like conditioned to freak out because they see things happening a certain way. And I'm just telling you, if you're in a position to make something happen, just watch what happens over the next. Don't do anything today, because Friday is a weird day. Some people may dump later on towards the end of the day, and then watch the futures on Saturday and Sunday, and maybe Monday or Tuesday might be time to make a move. Not giving you financial advice, I'm just saying watch. And then if you're not ready to make a move now, just keep a pad and say, okay, it dropped on this day and it came back on this day, and you'll start seeing patterns. And as you see these patterns, maybe you can begin taking a look at things. But you have to realize President Trump's not going to stop. He's going to continue hammering these people over and over and over. And if he sees an opportunity that somebody's not playing ball right, it's not an ambush. At this point, no world leader should come to Washington, D.C. if you're not completely honest and upright. He's going to shred you. He's not, at this point, you have the evidence. You saw Zelensky, you saw the guy from South Africa. Go in there and be completely honest. You need us more than we need you. You want our money. I believe South Africa was getting like $6 or $7 billion. So you're coming to basically beg America, and you want to lie? That's not going to work. Not going to work. As President Trump told Zelensky, you don't got any cards. You have nothing here. So you better make sure that you step up, because one thing President Trump has been doing in the Oval Office, and you have to realize this. We know this media sucks. That's why I led with the media. But the only thing the media can do is react. They can't predict. They can't script. All they can do is wait and see what happens. Trump is the one who's making the news. He is the one that is going to tell the world. You don't think he knows that every camera from every network and everybody even who does a podcast that we're all looking? I'm telling you right now, his next world leader meeting is going to be something out of this world, because it'll be on like 24/7. Everybody be watching. And the person, whoever it is that shows up for that meeting, you better come clean. Because now you know this man has no problem whatsoever. He and his staff, whoever puts it together, they have no problem whatsoever ripping you to shreds. Because he wants what's best for America. I don't care what you guys do over there. You want to go ahead and kill farmers and everything? We're not going to give you any money, and we're going to help people get out. You want to go ahead and have a war with Russia? You go ahead and do that, and you know, good luck with your people, but don't come here. And he's going to keep doing it. Canada, have we heard anything from Canada? I mean, Carney came, what, a month ago? Haven't heard anything from him. Nothing. Haven't heard anything, really from the president of Mexico. I don't think she's been here yet. She's probably thinking about, oh man, I can't go see this guy. He's going to tear me a new butt. Every single one of you, including all you people on Wall Street, better realize what you're all up against. You're up against a guy who's taking no prisoners. He doesn't want you to expect any mercy, and he's working on behalf of us. Us. Deal with it. Absolutely deal with it. All right, so I had to get that off my chest. I'm sorry if I went a little bit long. Let me go ahead and take a few comments. Yeah, the world will have to start taking us seriously, like it or not. Too flippin' bad. Deal with it the way we want it done. You want our money. You're absolutely right. South Africa was getting $400 to $600 million in aid from U.S. every year. Wow. $600 million a year. Absolutely. No mercy. SV said, he was telling SV, I know Ukraine was was full of it. Very fantastic video of Pete Hegseth this morning. I don't have the actual video of him praying, but I do have the video of him talking about the prayer. Let's see, America first. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Why has that become such a bad word? Bad thing to say, America first. Would you guys prefer we had a slogan? I mean, not you guys, but the media would like, America, we're the world's doormat. Is that what you want? Because it seems like it is. I've got a guest coming on today, is Colonel Rob Manus, 32-year veteran, Air Force veteran, does a lot of media and stuff. He's going to talk about that specific thing. I had a question with him, and one of the questions I have is, when did all this happen? Can any of us put a finger on the point? I don't think it was Obama. When did the media, Democrats, and so many people decide they were going to go against America? Very weird. Very weird. It wasn't like that. I don't think it was like that when my dad was in the Army. I mean, I used to see the parades. Everybody was proud. Black, white, Puerto Rican, didn't matter. Yeah, President Trump does not play. He puts America first. Where is this? Tom Holbrook says the media only promotes bad and negative news. I've been telling you that. And I keep challenging people. Tell me, give me a clip. Anytime you see the media on any channel talk about prosperity and wealth building and happiness for America. I mean, Fox, once it come in the summer, they have the All-American barbecue thing they have, and they have, Christian concerts sometimes. So let's give Fox a little bit of play, but you don't hear the other networks even talk about happiness. Happiness doesn't sell to them. They don't want people happy. When you've seen videos on X, and by the way, X is messed up. I don't know what's going on with X right now. I know they were under attack yesterday, but damn. Elon, go fix your stuff, man. It's bad. I mean, SV he always sends me alerts of news and things, and I click on messages, and nothing ever works. It's just like a click, 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 and I can't see it. So I keep trying. Oh, this time it opened. Interesting. Interesting that it opened up. SV told me to check your text messages. So he sent me a text message. What did he say here? Hold on. he said that the press and media are prostitutes. But we have to wonder, who are they prostitutes for? Where are they getting the money? Who's financing them? Exactly. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. So I've got no video from the executive orders, so I'm going to continue with my show, and then if he does it in real time or post a video, then we'll go ahead and cut to it. But in that regard, let's continue. So I forget what I have next, because I kind of threw this show together quickly, because when I found out that Ashley wasn't going to get here, and I can't believe now she won't be here till 7. Whew, things are crazy. All right, let's go with some news.
I couldn't care less if he's upset. I'm concerned about my children, my grandchildren, and the fact that we are stealing from them. We are stealing from our children and grandchildren. $37 trillion in debt, and we're going to add to it as Republicans? That is unacceptable. And that's why there's no way I'm going to vote for this bill in its current form.
Do I have to keep telling you? Republicans don't know how to win? Why would you publicly come out and say something that stupid? I don't care if he's mad. I don't care if the President of the United States is mad. There's no way I'm going to vote for this. So now we need to put you in the same category as Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski and the other ones, right? That's what you're saying, Ron Johnson. It's at this point, I don't think it's that they don't know how to win. They don't want to win. They don't want America to be different. There's no way that he couldn't go talk to Scott Bessent, to Howard Lutnick, and then eventually President Trump, and figure out, hey, listen, here's the plan, Dodo Bird. Here's where we're going. We're going to do this first, then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this. The reason why you're not in the cabinet is because you don't know anything about this. We do. We've got experts. Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick. What have you done, Ron Johnson? Absolutely squat. Nothing. You've done nothing. And you're the deficit, blah, blah, blah. What happens if people become more prosperous? What happens if businesses have more revenue? What happens if people are more successful? You seem to think you're some kind of prognosticator that, 10 years from now, oh, God, the deficit, the debt. You didn't seem to mind when Biden was running up the meter and he wasn't doing anything for Americans. They don't, like I said, they either don't know how or they don't want to win. In any essence, these guys got to go. I mean, it's absolutely crazy how these people are acting, and it's over and over and over. And speaking of, I just got an update in terms of how crazy things are. I want you to see this. All right. Where is it? Hold on. You won't believe this one. All right. The Harvard incident that's going on. Margot Cleveland, who you guys should follow her. She's dead on with everything having to do with the SCOTUS cases and court cases. Obama judge appointee Allison Dale Burroughs enters a restraining order against the Trump administration in the Harvard case without even a Trump attorney being present. It was completely ex parte. You're telling me something as major as this, they walk in, hey, taking away our money, and boom. Okay, we're not going to allow him to do that. Yet again, another judge. And she goes, but this is nuts. It's nuts because the harm is for the upcoming academic year, months away, and the letter even gave Howard 72 hours to comply, and that time hasn't even passed. No reason court couldn't have set an afternoon hearing and invited the Trump campaign or Trump administration. And at that afternoon hearing, Trump administration could explain that there's no immediate impact, so no need for TRO. All right, so let me explain that again. For those of you who don't know, she says, and this goes with all of these cases, every single lawsuit that gets filed against the Trump administration. All right, so where is that? I want to show this to you. All right. The harm is for the upcoming academic year. In order to get a restraining order, even like a domestic restraining order, the restraining order that a woman, sometimes even guys, will go get against a spouse or somebody, will say, I'm in imminent danger. If I don't get this restraining order, something could happen to me. So by not granting this, something physically could happen to me immediately at any time. And if you don't take action, you could be putting me at risk. And so the court says, all right, well, make sure he stays 1,000 feet away from you. All right, done. Because you had an imminent danger. And in the interim, you go take your divorce to do what you need to do. It's the same thing with these kind of cases. When Harvard goes in, they have to plead. They have to scream to the judge, oh, judge, please, please, please. We are in imminent danger. Our entire school and everything we have with it could be completely in danger and be torn apart if we don't get this restraining order against Trump and make him give us money. And the judge goes, yeah, sounds good to me. Let's go ahead and sign it. When there is no imminent danger. If the academic year doesn't start till, what, August, September? Then you got plenty of time. There's no imminent danger. Imminent danger for a woman seeking protection from a guy is he might just roll up on the house today and take out a baseball bat. That's imminent. It could happen as I left the courtroom if you don't do something. That's imminent. That's like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? This guy's he's following me around. Okay, imminent. You understand the difference? They went into court and said, hey, listen, we're in big, grave danger. We need a restraining order to make Trump keep giving us this money. Well, what are you in danger of? We might have problems in the upcoming academic year. Oh, all right, so I get it. Let's go ahead and do the restraining order. But what's the danger? Classes in the academic year don't start until July and August. What exactly are you under? And so that's what the judge did. The judge just said, yes, whatever you people want against Trump, yep, be done with him. He's such a bad man. We're just going to sign this stuff. And what's it do? Well, what it does is it makes news. And you can't make Trump send a wire transfer. Again, these things are completely toothless. There's nothing you can do. All this is done is to make the media say, oh, another judge struck down Trump. Well, you know what? Next week, find out if they sent him any money. See, the media never follows up on the next step. Oh, they got a temporary restraining order. Trump has to release the money. Where's the story when the money gets released? It never happens because it doesn't. They look, we got another restraining order. I'll get to whatever. And that's what's going on. And everybody keeps, and the media goes, oh, he's been struck down again. Another court. He keeps losing. Okay, where's the follow-up story? Ask them if they got a check. Any wire transfers hit their account? Nope. Because this is what happens when that happens. When they get the TRO, President Trump, hold on, let me go back to this page. Because this literally just happened 34 minutes ago. Right here. Motion to stay filed. As predicted, asked us for a stay by Tuesday to allow Trump to seek a stay from SCOTUS if necessary, and that's for another different case. So all they just keep doing is answering it. Oh, you gave us a restraining order, huh? Yeah. Well, you know what? We're going to file this motion for stay, and we're going to ask the Supreme Court to sit on it. Meanwhile, you still ain't getting any money. Doesn't cost us anything to send these documents out and go, just See what happens. You need to realize as you're talking to people, because they get bamboozled by the media thinking that this money is going to be released or this is going to happen, like facilitate the return of the Maryland man. Notice they don't talk about that anymore. It made a lot of news when it happened. Oh my God, the Supreme Court said you got to facilitate, bring him back. Where is he? Where is he a month later if it was such a resounding loss by the Supreme Court? If it was such a big thing that it was 9-0, you got to bring him back. There's no follow-up story because it was all BS to begin with. So every time you see these court cases say Trump lost, sit back, wait a week and say, oh, so what happened? If you ask any of these people right now and say, where's the Maryland man? Oh, his butt's still sitting in a jail in El Salvador. But I thought he had 9-0, he had to bring him back. Yeah, well, we thought too. Okay. Nothing they can do. Over and over and over. There's nothing that they can do. They can't hold him in contempt. They can't go over there and get him themselves. They can't break into detention centers. Oh yeah, by the way, that lady that got arrested, they made her turn in her passport and everything else. You can't go anywhere. You're in more trouble than you think you did to the Trump administration. And by the way, how many of you have gone for your visits? You wanted to see your constitutional authority and you wanted to get into these places. Y'all going? Not a word. You would think that'd be big news. Oh, the mayor of Newark showed up for his visit to look at the prison. Nope, didn't happen. So over and over and over, what you're seeing with the media is they stir up crap, they blast it out, and then they shut up. Nothing happens. And did it again just now with the South Africa guy. Oh my God, he ambushed him. What happened? I haven't seen one story. What was the outcome of that meeting? Don't come back here no more? I mean, what exactly happened? That's the news. What was the result of what happened? Did he get what he asked for? Did Trump give him conditions? Nobody's reported on it. Always look to see what the resolution is. What's the next thing that happened? And they never do it, and they never ask about it in these press conferences. Hey, Caroline, so where'd you guys leave it with the president of South Africa? What's the next thing that's got to happen? Because those of you in business know everything has a follow-up. You make a sales call. Okay, you're busy. Can I call you back next Tuesday? Sure. Or, hey, do you like the contract? You want to do it? Let's do the deal. Send it over. I'll have my lawyers contact me, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do to get signed. Deal. There's never any action where it says, hey, how'd you do? Yeah, you like it? Okay. Well, what's next? What? You left something out, media. What's happening? Nothing. They don't even talk about it. There was a prisoner swap agreed to between Ukraine and Russia. Nothing. You don't hear nothing. Let me see if I can find that. I don't know if you guys knew about that. Maybe because I talked to you about it. But other than that, let me see where is that? If President Trump, I can't find it. I don't know if he put it on Truth Social or not. But yeah, there's a prisoner swap happening between Ukraine and Russia. Nobody said anything. Hey, how about the guy who just killed 2 people a couple days ago in Washington? Supposedly he was crazy liberal. Have you dug into his stuff? Have we heard about the manifesto? You want to dig into his social? On to the next thing. That's why you can't believe these people. Right, that being said, sorry for being a little bit long-winded, but these are the things that are on my mind. I don't really have like a cohesive story with this. I got some things that I want to talk about.
Mr. Secretary, I want to go back to some of your earlier testimony and be sure I heard it correctly. The 76-day period you're talking about, that's the period between the time that President Trump was elected and President Biden left office. Is that right?
That is correct.
And during that short period of time, 76 days, How much taxpayer money went out the door of the Department of Energy?
From the loan program office in loans and commitments, $93 billion. Well over twice as much as in the previous 15 years. So,
how do you vet and do due diligence on a loan in 76 days? One loan, much less $93 billion. How do you do it?
I think it's probably pretty clear it wasn't done in many cases. As I mentioned, I'm told I'm holding back clearly in place stuff. There is lots of funds that have gone out the door and commitments that were made from businesses that provided no business plan, no numbers about their own financial solvency or how this project
So you're telling me that the Department of Energy, in the 76-day period before their boss was going to leave office, gave or loaned money to entities that had no business plan?
Correct.
No financials?
Correct. A number of those were before the 76-day period as well. I've come in with great concern about how this institution, this great American institution, has been run and how American taxpayer money has been handled.
And y'all still worried about Epstein? They're uncovering massive fraud on an epic scale. And I believe that there are some people on YouTube, there are some people on X who are trying to take you away from seeing what's really going on. I don't give a you know what about the Epstein files. Do not care right now. Slap yourself, splash some water. This is insane. In the interim between the election and the inauguration, they were stealing America blind. And you're wondering, or some of you may be wondering, hey, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi haven't done anything yet. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? If you tamp your expectations down or prioritize what's most important at this point, then you're going to have a completely different outlook. Oh, we got to have the Epstein file. Somebody took billions, tens of billions of dollars of your money and my money, completely stole it with companies that didn't exist, which means it's completely fraudulent. It's now being talked about in Congress. The media won't even mention it. And we got people who are supposed influencers out here talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Are you kidding me? Are you serious?
I'm sorry everyone's upset that we're taking some time to do it, but what we've seen, what the record shows,
I'm not upset. Could it be that a lot of people say you haven't returned your calls? Could it be that you and your colleagues have returned the calls, but the people calling just didn't like the answer? Could that be a possibility?
I'm not.
And I keep getting this. Okay, AJ, I'm not going to single you out negatively. And AJ says the Epstein list should be released, and it is important because the pedos are still out there in place of power committing, but no one cares. No, we all care. You're misunderstanding. I can't believe sometimes I say blue and people think yellow. Listen to the blue. I'm not being any sort of evasive. I'm going to talk to people directly. So don't have any sort of wonder. I'm not inferring. I am going to tell you specifically. Yes, we all care whoever did what they did on that island. We definitely care. What I'm telling you right now is it's not a priority. All of us care. My wife cares. So many people I know care. It's not a priority. So you can't take blue and see yellow. Oh, Barry said nobody cares. No, Barry doesn't. No. I said it has a priority. Sort of like, let me just illustrate that for you so you can understand. If Robin is out and she were to contact me and she's at a supermarket or something, she knows I may not be able to pick up. If Robin texts me 911, everything stops. If she were gone right now and I'm on the air and I get a 911 from her, I'm going to hit the pause button and go, what's wrong? The other stuff, she's like, hey, I'm at the market. Do you want anything? And I'll get to it when I go to a break. Priorities. My priority right now is making sure Ashley gets into town safely. Priority. Do we have dinner reservations? Yeah, but you know what? If we miss the dinner at the restaurant, nobody cares. Priority. I need to be in church on Sunday. But you know what? If I can't make it to church on Sunday because, I don't know, my ankle gets sprained, God forbid, well, that means I have to take care of my health. Priorities. You and some people think that priorities don't matter. And if you're prioritizing a list of a bunch of dirt bags over the well-being of the country, you might need to get your priorities checked. I don't know how to say that any clearer. I hope you understand that.
I'm not aware of that. You know, I give my cell phone number to any senator that wants it. I know you do. And I return my calls.
I mean, has your department gone dark? Somebody said your department's gone dark. Is it dark over there?
It doesn't look dark behind me.
I don't see any of you sitting on your hands. Somebody made that charge. I see everybody's hands. Let me ask you something else, Mr. Secretary. Does anybody ever come to the Department of Energy to get some of this free money and lie to you?
I have not experienced that, but I think it's a reasonable assumption that has happened.
Does anybody ever come to you? Or is it conceivable that some of these folks that heard about this free money came to you with a half-baked idea?
I think it's very conceivable. In fact, I've seen such plans that were half-baked, would be charitable.
That didn't have a business plan, right?
Correct. A promise to develop one, to find a location.
Just give me the money and I'll develop the plan later.
Correct.
Nobody does that. And I've told you guys so many times, if you have a deal that makes sense, you can find the money. If you have a deal that makes sense. Nobody ever says, and I've never met that person who said, hey, here's $500,000, go out and see if you can find a house. What do you mean? I'm going to give you $500,000 so you can just drive around and just in case you find something. No. The closest I ever came to that personally is I was working with a law firm and I was buying foreclosures, not on the street, I was buying them at the courthouse. You know, the old-fashioned way where you actually bid on something and you would actually, I want to buy that house. And it would go for $200,000 or $300,000, but you never knew how much you were going to have. I mean, you knew how far you would go with the bid. You've already done your due diligence, and so you understand this is how much I'm willing to spend, but you don't know what that amount is going to be. You can tell yourself, I'll go to $450, but you might be able to buy it for $300. You might be able to buy it for $340, but so you don't know the amount. When I was working with this law firm that I'd built up trust with, and you had to pay with two forms. You either had to pay with a cashier's check, and so there were some guys who would go to the bank and get like 20 cashier's checks of $20,000 each. Or any lawyer's client trust check would be accepted as payment. So the partner at the law firm would give me a blank check. And it was signed by the partner, and he goes, just fill it in when you're ready to buy. That's the closest I ever came to somebody going, here's the money, go do what you need to do. He knew that we were going to buy a house and blah, blah, blah. But nobody gives you money and says, here's the money, go figure out your business. Even then, before I would go to the courthouse and buy these houses, I would have to explain to him, here are our targets. We're going to bid this much on A, this one on house B, this one on house C. So he approves. If you can get these 3 houses for this price, go ahead and use the check. And so I would be like, yeah. And then, either we would get outbid, you don't use the check. You bid again, you use the check. Nobody gives people money for nothing unless you're laundering money.
And now you're going back through, not money that's already been contracted, but you're going back through and checking each one of these loans and these grants to make sure there was no stealing, aren't you?
We are.
We are. Make sure there was no incompetence, aren't you? Is that correct?
We're looking at that, and yeah, my blood pressure is rising right now just thinking about what we have seen and what did happen at the department.
And you're going to tell some of these boondoggles no, aren't you?
That's correct.
And they're going to be upset, aren't they?
That's correct.
And they ought to be upset, shouldn't they?
I don't think they should be upset. I think they should be ashamed.
It's rare that I'm speechless. But I want to be sure I understood. The people running the Department of Energy for President Biden's administration shoveled $93 billion, not million, $93 billion out the door in 76 days, and it just happened to be the time between when President Trump was elected and President Biden, their boss, was leaving. Is that right?
It is correct and distasteful.
It's more than distasteful. You're being too nice. Distasteful? They ushered out nearly $100 billion in that small window to any Tom, Dick, and Harry that could fog a mirror, that you don't even know who the companies are. They didn't even have business plans. They didn't have business licenses. They were just... Wally Nigerian was busy that day. $93 billion of your money. And this is just one agency. This is just the Department of Energy. And of course, the media doesn't want to talk about this. The Democrats don't want to talk about this. Where the hell did this money go? It went somewhere. We've been the cash cow for so many different people, so many different entities, and it just keeps going on and on and on. And for the most part, nothing has ever been done about it. So when I see people talk about the Department of Justice, and I look and go, this is just one department. So I want you to imagine you've been hired as a U.S. attorney, and you're here to investigate just the 76-day period in the Biden administration. Just this. Never mind the other 3 years and 360 days or so. Just this part. And your job is just this, is to go look and find out who, where, when, why this $90 billion went to. How long would it take you? What kind of resources, what kind of staff would you need to have in place to go investigate all of this? All right, we got $5 billion that went to some LLC in, this looks like it's Las Vegas, at 123 Main Street. Is there such a... You got to run down every single one of these wire transfers. So think of the scope, because this is just one potential crime in 76-day period. Now just imagine the largesse of this, of 4 years of this crap going on. We know it went on and on because we know what he did before he got in. Remember the phone call? If you don't give me this, okay, the $5 billion, what are you, son of a bitch? It was a joke. They were throwing your money around to anybody they wanted to for whatever reason they wanted to have. And so now you got President Trump, who's been in there, I don't know, check your notes, 100 and something days. And people are like, where's the Epstein list? I don't even know. I mean, think. Think before you tweet. Think before you talk. Think before you listen to people who are trying to take your eyes off of what's really important. And again, just to make sure everybody knows, I'm not saying that we shouldn't look into these sick, demented demons. But what I'm saying is we need to look at these real crimes that aren't going to be as hard to prove as trying to, track down somebody who did something bad to kids. It's white collar stuff. There's always a trace. There's always something. Can you imagine what you're going to have to do to prove that XYZ person did this to some little kid? There's no witness. The kid's not going to be a witness. You've already seen that. Think about what you need to do to get convictions. And probably something you may not have thought of, much of this money may have went to fund that other stuff. Where did Epstein get all his money? See, this all stuff, it all comes back to dollars. In order to run that operation that he had to have money. And so I think it all ties together.
Confidence undermining.
My God. Look, I hope you take whatever time you need to go through all of these projects penny by penny. I mean, I've heard this testimony today. Well, it'll cost jobs in my state. If somebody steals $50 million and goes and spends the money in their state, that's going to stimulate the economy, isn't it?
Yes, it will.
But that's still stealing, isn't it? And it's still illegal, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, they were spending money at the Department of Energy like it was ditch water. Their budget went from $60 billion to $160 billion since fiscal year 2021. It just sounds to me like there were a lot of people coming to the Department of Energy who had all 4 feet and their snout in the trough. And I hope you'll turn down the boondoggles and refer the thieves to the Department of Justice.
We will indeed. Senator, the one complication in there, too, is mixed in there are good companies doing good things honestly with credible plans.
And you're trying to separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yes, that's what we're trying to do. That's our job, and we're doing it. But there's a lot of chaff.
Let me ask you one final question. Let me go back to how many employees you have. Now, there have been some allegations today that you've cut tens of thousands of employees. Is that accurate?
Well, I think the allegations were thousands, and our head count will ultimately be reduced by thousands, but we are doing it slowly.
You got 16,000 now?
Yes.
And you think you can do it with fewer than 16,000?
Correct.
What's wrong with that?
I think it's just common sense business.
Yeah. Businesses do it every day in the real world.
American taxpayers deserve it.
That's never happened in the federal government. I mean, it's easy.
See, the one problem I have with this questioning, and I'm probably thinking Senator Kennedy is thinking this to himself, because as he's talking, I'm sure he's hearing his words. So the budget went from $60 billion in 2021. All of a sudden it was $160 billion. Well, that budget couldn't have happened. That increase, almost threefold, could not have happened if it was not approved through the process of going through the Congress. So everybody there knew that the budget was tripling, essentially. And it got approved. Maybe he voted against it. But nobody looked. You see, one of the things that I have a problem with Republicans and people in Congress is they're always in re-election mode. And they're never looking at, hey, what just happened? Which is why I just love what Tim Burchett's doing right now. He's coming out there and saying stuff and pointing at things, and you got to wonder. There's 100 senators. There's 50 Republicans and 215 or so House representatives. So we have a force that we've put into Washington of about 270 people. And you're telling me out of those 270 people who've been there, most of them who have been there for quite some time, have not had any opportunity to stop and say, where the hell is this money gone? We appropriated this much. Where'd you spend it? Why is there no accountability ever? Why is it now with Donald Trump, these people are getting in and go, wait a second. What did you do? Now, I understand, they had people in place that were, strong-arming their way and not giving anybody any information. But at the same time, they didn't do anything. They let it happen. You had to... None of you would run your business this way. I don't care if you give your marketing department 6 figures. I don't care if you give your operations. Somebody, even if they're not in operations or in marketing, is going to be looking at that budget and saying, what'd you spend it on? I know you had a budget. I still want to know what you spent it on. How did Wally the Nigerian just do whatever he wanted and nobody questioned it? How did government get so ass backwards? And now trying to turn it around is so painful because everything that President Trump is doing, he's having to fight even the people who've been there, like Ron Johnson and Rand Paul. It's like, hey guys, shut up. You're the reasons why we're in this position. You did nothing to stop the bleeding. You went to the cocktail parties, you did this, you did that, and you knew what Biden was doing. I am sure in those inner circles of Congress and in the Senate, they all talk. They all know what the hell's going on. All of a sudden, money just goes away, and nobody seems to know why.
Easier to divorce your spouse than to get rid of a federal employee up here. That's not the way the world works, is it, Mr. Secretary?
It's not the way the world should work. And I give enormous credit to President Trump, who had the boldness to say, if there's a right thing that needs to be done and it's difficult, please do it. And so, yes, this is new territory. This is not what happens normally in the federal government, but it is what needs to happen periodically in the federal government. And I give the credit to President Trump, who's willing to take the heat and has set the departments free, make the changes you need to make to better serve American taxpayers and American consumers. And across his administration, that's what's being done.
All right. So let me stop there for a second. President Trump has come out and he's doing, I guess they're doing this thing. They say live, but I don't think it's live. The executive order signing. So give me a second so I can configure and I will be right back.
Thank you, President Trump. This is a huge day for the nuclear industry. Mark this day on your calendar. This is going to turn the clock back on over 50 years of over-regulation of an industry. American greatness has always come from innovation, and we were very innovative. We led post-World War II in all things nuclear. But then we've been stagnated. We've choked it with over-regulation. Today, Will is going to walk us through a series of 4 executive orders. Each of these help attack separate issues that have held back this industry. And with us today, we've got a number of CEOs from the industry representing some of our largest nuclear providers, but also a big change. This is a time when capital and competition has finally come to this industry. We've got venture capital, we've got startups coming into all aspects of small modular nuclear, and we've also got an EO that's talking about the importance of us having a secure supply chain of being able to get that fuel load here in the United States as opposed from foreign sources. This has impacts on national security, on our defense, and again, President Trump here today has committed to energy dominance. And part of that energy dominance is that we've got enough electricity to win the AI arms race with China. What we do in the next 5 years related to electricity is going to determine the next 50, because this is the first time in history where electricity can be translated into intelligence. And we need that intelligence for every aspect of our economy, but also for defense. Pete Hegseth in the Department of Defense has been a key part of this, and this is going to help us make sure that we're providing the defense we need, where we need that AI, need the electricity, but also to secure our bases here at home and around the world. Secretary?
Sure, I'll just add to that before going to Will. Energy security is national security. If we don't have reliable energy for our basing, for our troops, whether forward deployed or domestically, we're vulnerable. So by having small modular nuclear capabilities, which are rapidly being fielded, that we can use on our bases here and around the world, we're creating an environment where if things happen elsewhere, the military can be relied upon. Also, we're including artificial intelligence into everything we do. If we don't, we're not fast enough. We're not keeping up with adversaries. You need the energy to fuel it. Nuclear is a huge part of that, modular or otherwise. So we're going to have the lights on and AI operating when others do not, faster than everybody else because of nuclear capability. So this is a big game changer for us as well.
And we're also talking about the big plants, the very, very big, the biggest. We're going to be doing them also, but we're going to start off a little bit. I think the focus today is the smaller module, but included in this group, we're also doing big plants where needed. They won't be needed too much, but they'll literally be able to do it in an entire state. And you've read a lot about cost overruns in a couple of states that were pretty significant, but we're not going to have cost overruns. And the technology's come a long way, both in safety and cost and everything else. Would a couple of you guys like to talk about your companies and you want to say anything?
Joe, why don't you kick it off?
Sure. My name's Joe Dominguez. I run Constellation Energy. We have about 25% of the nation's fleet. We're the largest publicly traded nuclear company in the world. We're in the middle of a merger with Calpine, and once completed, we will be the largest electric producing company in the world. About enough power to produce, to cover all of Mexico, actually.
I didn't know that. When we talked, you were so modest. I can't believe it.
That's normally not said about me, Mr. President.
I'm very impressed. Go ahead. So you think it's got a great future?
Yeah, well, absolutely we do. And the big change here is not only the technology has come around, but we have some of the largest companies in the world, the hyperscalers, who need this energy for AI, who are now working with us to fund the development and construction of the next generation nuclear. Nuclear is a 24/7 resource. These data centers run 24/7. Some of them will cost $200-300 billion, and they want to run them all of the time. So we can't use intermittent resources. We need something that's always on, 24/7, and nothing does that better than nuclear. The problem in the industry has historically been regulatory delay. Mr. President, you know this because you're the best at building big things. Delay in regulations and permitting will absolutely kill you, because if you can't get the plant on, you can't get revenue, and the interest costs are horrible. We're wasting too much time on permitting, and we're answering silly questions, not the important ones. For example, let me give you an example. In 3 places in this country, we're trying to license new reactors, at sites that already have reactors. Yet I have to spend $35 billion at each site just for the NRC to do an analysis that says this is a good place for nuclear. Well, guess what? We've been running nuclear in that community for 4 decades. Why are we even asking that question? I'd rather spend that $35 million, 3 times $105 million, perfecting the design, start building the foundation and getting going. We need to do this for America.
Are we doing something about the regulatory in here?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, you are, because that's going to be a big factor.
Yes, sir. That issue I just described will be addressed in this EO and many other issues that we don't have time with the president to cover.
But you say it's very, we've contemplated just about everything, right?
Well, this, Mr. President, this Energy Dominance Council that you have created is something I haven't seen in 30 years. It brings together all the pieces of government in one place to expedite the process. Under Secretary Burgum's leadership, this has been an amazing, amazing thing. It used to be the case that I have to run to about 5 different places in Washington to get one answer.
That's great.
And now it's all together in one place. So all I know about Secretary Burgum and Secretary Wright is if we haven't gotten it right, we'll get it right shortly, and there'll be another order for you to sign. But thank you so much for your leadership.
You were going to say something? Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say commercial nuclear, a bit of an unsung hero. And I just want to thank you, Mr. President, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, for bringing this attention to commercial nuclear. We have the largest and most safe fleet right here in the United States. And upon that, we have fantastic innovation that's being brought forward. And it's going to come in all shapes and sizes, and it's going to actually be coming through some of these companies that you see represented here. We're going to have great jobs, we're going to have wonderful energy, and we're going to be ready. So thank you, Mr. President, for leaning in.
Appreciate it. Great job you've done, too.
Jake?
How about talking about your company and the job you're going to do?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, a little MIT nuclear connection that goes back. I know familiar for you. So, yeah, we're working on small reactors. I'm Jacob DeWitt, CEO, co-founder at Oklo. Working on small next-generation reactors that take technology America invented, developed, and pioneered and bringing it to the market after it sat on the shelves of history for about 40 years. And it's because of the actions that you're doing today that are going to help unleash that. Changing the permitting dynamics is going to help things move faster. We're seeing private investment flow into the space like we've never seen before. We went public about a year ago, and one of the most successful actually go public outcomes for a transaction like that for a small nuclear company, because the market needs this and wants this. And under your leadership, creating the Dominance Council, I mean, it's hard to overstate the value of that. And nuclear is a manifestation of energy dominance. In fact, a golf ball of uranium metal, which this is not, but it's a golf ball, has enough energy content in it to power your entire life's energy needs. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. And to get back to building, nuclear uses the fewest materials, right? The least amount of concrete, of steel, of fuel for amount of energy it produces. So it should be the cheapest, the most scalable, the most sustainable. Just like you mentioned, Mr. President, about the importance of doing that right. The physics are on our side, and these things help unleash this innovation to actually realize that. So it's never been more exciting.
Very exciting indeed. Go ahead, please.
And I'm Scott Nolan, CEO of General Matter. We're an American enrichment company trying to bring back the U.S.'s lead in producing nuclear fuel. So just like car engines need fuel, nuclear reactors need fuel. Right now, the U.S. is completely dependent on other countries to make the key step of enrichment in this fuel. And these executive orders are going to pave the way for the U.S. to regain its lead. So we really appreciate it.
Will you be doing the AI plants? Because we have a lot of them going up now, or soon going up, and they need tremendous electricity. Are you going to be involved in many of these plants?
Yes.
Will a lot of them be using nuclear, or some are using oil and gas, some are using different things? But
many of them will be, I think.
It just makes a lot of sense.
Nuclear is a perfect solution, and that's where most of them are interested.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be, yes.
Okay, Will, please.
The first executive order we have for you relates to the issue that Secretary Hegseth was speaking to, which is the need for incredible amounts of power at defense installations and also in AI-focused installations. What this executive order will do is speed up the approval and adoption process for specialized nuclear reactors at these sorts of sites. It also involves the Department of Energy making available the necessary fuel stock. It also creates a special envoy position and a strategy around nuclear technology export, the idea being that we can grow American industry on the back of foreign purchasers who are interested in this sort of technology as well.
I'm just thinking, as you say that, I just sent What about auto pens? Could I use an auto pen? What did Biden do? Did he have an auto pen at the desk?
Nuclear power.
No, he didn't do events like this. Yeah, he used nuclear power. You know, he didn't do events like this, I guess. It's so, right? Otherwise, you know. You walk into the other side of the room, have an auto pen sign, right? Here it is. It's phase one. Very big phase, very important phase.
Sir, this next executive order is intended to reform the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. You heard a few of the people here speak about the complex regulatory processes that have really held the nuclear industry back. Before 1978, there were 133 reactors built in the United States. Since 1978, only 2 new commercial reactors have come online. That's because of overregulation, and the goal of this executive order is bringing that regulatory process into line with the actual needs of the industry and public safety, with an end goal of quadrupling the amount of nuclear power production in the next 2.5 decades.
It's fantastic. It's exciting, right? There you go.
This next executive order relates to nuclear reactor testing, sir. The degree of overregulation and governmental inaction in this space in particular has had the effect of throttling development of new, highly modernized nuclear reactors that could really revolutionize the field of nuclear power generation. So this executive order, it orders a revised regulatory process to speed this whole process while preserving, obviously, core safety concerns. It also creates a new pilot program with an expectation that we will have 3 new experimental reactors online by July 4th next year.
It's amazing. That's exciting. Okay, come on.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order on reinvigorating the nuclear industrial base. There are a number of core issues here, including the issue with fuel feedstock that one of the speakers mentioned before. This executive order, among other actions, includes an invocation of the Defense Production Act in order to spur a closer collaboration with private industry to ensure that we have the fuel supplies we need for a modernized nuclear energy sector. In addition to that, it includes crucial provisions relating to the development of a nuclear energy sector workforce and a number of other key building blocks to the overall nuclear industry that we're trying to spur here.
Great. Thank you.
We have one more for you here, sir. This doesn't directly relate to nuclear energy, but it's on a similar subject. This executive order is entitled Restoring Gold Standard Science. One of the issues that we've had in recent decades is that government policy has been made on the back of junk science, scientific studies and findings that have included conflicts of interest or scientific misconduct. The purpose of this executive order is to recenter policymaking around gold standard science, scientific efforts that have followed appropriate scientific methods that don't include those sorts of conflicts of interest, and to ensure that when departments and agencies are relying on scientific studies to promulgate rules, to promulgate regulations, that the science that they're relying on is highly reliable and available to the public.
He did a very good job, didn't
he? He did.
How many people here could have done that? I don't know. I think a lot. Thanks. Good job, Will.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is that it?
That's all we have for you now.
Do you have any questions for these brilliant people? They are brilliant people, actually.
Mr. President, on nuclear, sir, a lot of the concern over the years that's held the nuclear industry back is about safety. Are you satisfied with those safety concerns?
Yeah, we are. It's become very safe. Actually, it's become very safe, and tremendous work's been done on that, more than anything else. And it's really the automatic shutoffs. There's so many different things that they have now that they would have never had. You know, my uncle was a great nuclear person years ago, and that was a different, if you would have asked that question, probably it would have been a much different answer. But they have tremendous shut-off power and other powers that and very redundant, as I understand it, like at a level that nobody's ever seen before. So it's safe. And we're going to do a lot of the small ones, and we're going to do some of the big ones. But yeah, very safe and clean. Let's keep it on this for a little while. Let's keep it on the nuclear, and then if you want to ask something else, which you might, we'll do that.
On nuclear, Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
What do you say to folks who are concerned that speeding up licensing or even doing fuel processing raises safety and proliferation?
Yeah, we're going to get it very fast, and we're going to get it very safe, and we're going to get the people in and out. And they're going to do plants. In many cases, they'll do 3 or 4 smaller ones and put them together. That's what France has done. France has done a good job of this for years. And they, as I understand it, they had basically one plan. And if they needed more, they'd do 3 or 4 or 5 of them. I don't know, we have to go that far, but there's something about building one big one. But we'll build the big ones too. We're going to have, I would say we'll be second to none because we're starting very strong. But it's time. It's time for nuclear, and we're going to do it very big. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what about the European Union? You said that negotiations are going nowhere. Where are the kind of points where they're
slow moving? I've been saying to everybody, they've treated us very badly over the years. It was formed in order to hurt the United States, in order to take advantage of the United States, and they've done that. We have a big deficit with them. They sell millions and millions of cars, as you know, Mercedes and BMW and Volkswagen and many others, and we were restricted from restricted from selling cars into the European Union, which is not nice. And I just said it's time that we play the game the way I know how to play the game. They've taken advantage of other people representing this country, and they're not going to do that any longer. Yeah.
Mr. President, you are a deal maker, deal breaker. What are you hoping to achieve with a 50%?
Well, I think this is, there is no tariff because what they'll do is they'll send their companies into the U.S. and build their plant. We have, I guess, over $12 trillion practically committed. You look at other presidents, they haven't had $1 trillion for a year, for 2 years, for 3 years. We have numbers, nobody's ever seen numbers like we have. And if they build their plant here, then they have no tariff at all.
Are you looking for a deal in 9 days? Will you be able to do that, sir?
I'm not looking for a deal. I mean, we've set the deal. It's at 50%. But again, there is no tariff if they build their plant here. Now, if somebody comes in and wants to build a plant here, I can talk to them about a little bit of a delay. But, while they're building their plant, which is something I think that would be appropriate, maybe, we'll determine that.
Is there anything the EU can do?
I don't know. We're going to see what happens. But right now, it's going on June 1st. And that's the way it is. No, they haven't treated us properly. They haven't treated our country properly. They banded together to take advantage of us. And the people behind me know because they had some of that with their industry. But generally, we signed a great deal with United Kingdom. We have numerous other deals that are ready to be signed. We've signed a deal with China. We have some really amazing deals. But the European Union, I mean, the sole purpose was really not to hurt us, but to take advantage of us, and we're not going to be taking
Mr. President, on Apple, you said this morning that if they don't make their iPhones in the U.S., you're going to hit them with a 25% tariff.
Right.
Do you have the power to tariff one single company? And why would you want to put an American company in that way?
It would be more. It would be also Samsung and anybody that makes that product. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. So anybody that makes that product, and that'll start on, I guess, at the end of June. It'll come out. I think we have that appropriately done by the end of June. So if they make that product. Now, again, when they build their plant here, there's no tariff. So they're going to be building plants here. But I had an understanding with Tim that he wouldn't be doing this. He said he's going to India to build plants. I said, that's okay to go to India, but you're not going to sell into here without tariffs. And that's the way it is, yeah.
Well, why would you put an American?
What makes you confident, sir, that Apple can build in the United States at a price that American consumers?
Oh, they can. No, they can. And a lot of it's so computerized now. These plants are amazing if you look at them, but they can do that. And actually, as you know, Apple's coming in with $500 billion. So are the chip companies. We have all of the chip companies coming in, the biggest, $500 billion, $200 billion, $250 billion they're spending. But we're talking about the iPhone now, and the iPhone, if they're going to sell it in America, I want it to be built in the United States. They're able to do that.
When you say that Walmart should eat the cost of the tariffs, is that an acknowledgement that it is U.S. companies that bear the brunt of tariffs, not foreign companies?
Sometimes the country will eat it, sometimes Walmart will eat it, and sometimes there'll be something to pay, something extra. I've always been a fan, and I've always believed, and if you look, take a look at what I did 4 years ago. We had the greatest economy, and we had no inflation. Remember that. We had no inflation, and yet we had hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs that I put on China, yet we had no inflation. We had no big cost differential. Oftentimes, and I don't like it when a department store, because they'll do a lot of business, but they announce record profits and everything else. They have to take out some of their profits, so make a little bit less money. But I don't want the consumer. I don't want the consumer to pay.
But why impose tariffs that you know are hurting American businesses?
They're not hurting. They're helping because they're creating jobs in America. We're creating tremendous amounts of jobs in America like you've never seen. We're having investment in America. We're not getting ripped off by every country in the world. We've been ripped off by every country in the world. They're making their product. They sell it. They don't give our people the jobs. They make them with other countries' jobs. And we will have something that nobody will ever see again, I think. I think we have a potential to do numbers that we never envisioned in the wildest year. Look at what's happening. 10 to 12 trillion dollars in literally a couple of months. It's nothing like that's ever happened. It's we're doing a very special thing. We want, if they're going to sell it here, generally speaking, not for all products. There's some products we don't want to make. And frankly, we're much better off getting them elsewhere. But for certain products, we want cars. We want to make cars. We don't want to have, and I like Canada very much, but we don't want to have Canada making our cars. We want to make our cars. Oh, it's a phone call. Do you mind? Hello? Okay, it's only a congressman. I'd let you know, actually.
Mr. President, are you considering stopping other universities from taking foreign students?
It's a different congressman. They're all congratulating us. Yeah, it's lucky it is. Okay, let's go.
Are you considering stopping other universities besides Harvard from accepting foreign
Well, we're
students?
taking a look at a lot of things. And as you know, billions of dollars has been paid to Harvard. How ridiculous is that? Billions. And they have $52 billion as an endowment. They have $52 billion. And this country is paying billions and billions of dollars and then gives student loans, and they have to pay back the loans. So Harvard's going to have to change its ways. And so are some others.
On that note, a lot of CEOs in the United States, big companies, are foreign. What is that going to do?
I'm fine with that. No, I'm fine with that.
Competitive.
No,
Competitive.
we want to do that. We're actually going to be doing something in the near future that's going to make it possible for people to come into this country and come in and have a road toward citizenship. And I think it'll be very exciting, but it's too soon to speak.
You don't think that banning
Why would you
students?
not want the best and brightest from around the world to come to Harvard?
I do, but a lot of the people need remedial math. Did you see that? Where the students can't add 2 and 2 and they go to Harvard. They want remedial math, and they're going to teach remedial math at Harvard. Now, wait a minute. So why would they get in? How can somebody that can't add or has very basic skills, how do they get into Harvard? Why are they there? And then you see those same people picketing and screaming at the United States and screaming at, they're anti-Semitic or they're something. We don't want troublemakers here. But how do people that can't, when Harvard comes out with a statement that they're going to teach some of their students remedial math, that's basic math, that's not the deal. Okay, and anymore? In the back?
Are there other countries you're considering shortening the 90-day pause on tariffs for? And then are there specific steps you're looking for the EU to take?
We do. Well, we have a lot of requests, and you don't have the people to handle it, frankly. Everybody wants to make a deal. I'm sure now the European Union wants to make a deal very badly, but they just they don't do it right. They don't go about it right. The other thing they do is they sue our companies all the time. They have suits where they're judges. I don't know if they're appointed by them, but they're definitely Europe-centric, and we're not going to stand for it. They won a $17 billion lawsuit for Apple, and I read that case, and that's not a case that should have been won. They're suing other of our companies. They use this as a weapon, but they use it really to raise funds for what they do. It's almost like a fundraising mechanism. So we add that to the fact that they do the non-monetary tariffs and lots of other trading, you would call them trading barriers. They don't take our cars. They don't take our agriculture. They don't take anything, but we take their cars by the millions. And therefore, they have the jobs, they get the money, and we get closed plants. It's not going to happen that way anymore. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you. Thank you, press. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that was very interesting. And so my interview with Colonel Maynes is pre-recorded, but it was interesting because we talked about this executive order and something he said, I should wait until I'll wait till we get to that part of the interview. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to just come out and tell you what we talked about, but we talked about what he just talked about. And I was shocked. Talking about being ignorant. Those people in the White House, if I was going to be talking to the president about nuclear power, perhaps I would go look some stuff up. But no, they don't. They just come in with the stupid questions. At least they didn't ask about the plane, wondering if the plane from Qatar was nuclear or something. But still, nonetheless, that was probably the B squad because I didn't hear any voices I recognized. So the Caitlin Collins and Peter Alexander of the world, they're probably on vacation. It's a holiday weekend. They're like, yeah, we're out. You guys cover this. Whatever. So from here, I believe President Trump tonight is going... Hold on. Let me check the schedule that I got this morning so I can tell you what his plans are from here. So it's funny because when you see this, you don't know whether it was live or was it on tape delay because, let's see here, come on, load. All right, here, his schedule today, what they're showing here was he was supposed to do that at 1 o'clock, it's 2:30. At 1:20, he was supposed to leave, go to Joint Base Andrews. From Joint Base Andrews, he's supposed to go to Morristown Airport and fly to New Jersey, where he's going to be at his Bedminster Club all weekend. So he's not coming down here south. He's going to be hanging out up in Jersey at his club in Bedminster. So, but he was supposed to be there. Let's see, when was he supposed to leave? He's supposed to leave at 3 o'clock. He's supposed to leave. All right. No, I'm sorry. He's supposed to leave at 1:20 and go to Joint Base Andrews. So based on his schedule, he's already gone. So I don't know whether, this was live. I doubt it was live because a couple different people were telling me he was live, and then I had to go check the feeds and blah, blah, blah. So I don't think that was live. So in any event, that was his presser, his mini presser, I would say, about everything. And I guess he's done for the weekend, which is fine with me. Let me talk to you guys real quick about Patriot Addict and the red knife. So let me, wait a second, I got to pull this up so I can play this correctly. I should have been ready. And here we go.
Fanfare family. I'm B. Blanca-Nace, one of the members of Barry Cunningham's channel. One of the things Barry advertises on his channel is the Trump knife. But Barry doesn't really get so much justice because Barry apparently is not the knife guy that I am. I've got thousands of knives around my house. But this knife is really awesome. One, check this out. This is a power-assisted folding knife with a liner lock, a glass breaker at the tip, the liner lock in the middle, so it won't close on you until you push the liner lock in the middle. Push it and it will fold. This knife is actually quite awesome. And I'm a knife collector. I've been collecting knives for 30 years. This is an amazing knife. And you can get it, BarryKnife.com, Barry Cunningham. He can tell you how to get it. I want you to push it to his channel, fanfare.com. This knife is amazing. It's sharp. It's heavy duty. As a matter of fact, it's almost too heavy to carry in a pocket. You'd have to put it on your belt or whatever, but it's a heavy duty knife and it's really nice. So Barry, to you, one of your family members, B. Michael Nace from Fanfare, amazing knife.
All right, so I hope Michael doesn't mind that I'm using that quite a bit because it's perfect. It's unsolicited. It's by someone who knows knives and someone who actually has the Trump red knife. Here it is, the Trump red knife. And as you guys know, this is a nice knife. Like he said, it's very, very sharp. And there it is. It's got good weight to it. Again, it's not a flimsy knife whatsoever. It's got really good size to it. And it's got everything he said in terms of being able to flip it up, but I'm not that kind of a knife wielding type of guy. I prefer pew-pews down here in South Florida, but you can see it. All right, so now I'm going to close the knife so I don't hurt myself. And it's got the glass breaker right there, and it also has a seat belt cutter in case you're stuck in a seat belt or something of that nature. Patriot Addict, who I partnered with, is offering this knife. President Trump is back in office, as you know. Things are only going to get better from here. As a celebration, Patriot Addict is offering these knives for free. All you have to do is click on the QR code here and pay a shipping charge. From what everyone tells me, it's like $13 or $14. This is just their way of saying thank you for supporting President Trump and being a part of this moment in history. Normally the knife retails for $70, but you can get it by clicking the QR code here and just paying a shipping fee of, like I said, $13 or $14. Or you can go to BarryKnife.com. Not knives, BarryKnife.com, and apply 100% off coupon and claim your Trump knife today before they're all gone. Again, that's BarryKnife.com if you'd like to prefer to use their website, or you can click the QR code right over here. So, we just heard these nuts going through what nuts always go through, and how they just constantly attack President Trump. I'm trying to wind my way through this section of the video here. Hold on, give me a second to line things up. Okay. And it dovetailed perfectly from what I said at the beginning of today's broadcast when I said the media is not your friend. You don't hate the media enough. All it is fake. They're working for, I don't know, deep state, puppets, whatever, corporations. Doesn't make any sense. All they would have to do is sit back. And I heard a couple of these questions, and as I'm hearing these questions, it's all against Trump. It's all against America. Oh, you're going to do this to this country. It's going to do this, and people are going to have to pay more. Again, it is not a tax. If you choose to buy it, you buy it. Whether you buy a Android or you buy an Apple iPhone, it's a choice. You can pay something higher. If Ashley ever gets into town, we're going to go out to dinner tonight. You don't have to go to that restaurant. You can go to Burger King. It is a personal choice, and I don't understand why people don't get that. If this is too expensive, don't flip and buy it. You can't blame trying to get America back as the prominent economic status in the country and complain about, well, the prices might be too high. Well, if the prices are too high, too bad. Maybe, you can make more money and afford it. If not, buy this. It doesn't make any sense. Whenever someone talks to you about these doggone tariffs, understand you still have a choice. There's nobody who's twisting your arm and saying, you got to buy the thing that's more expensive. Don't have to do it. All right, let's continue. I think we're almost done with Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Secretary, because I don't know you to be a person who doesn't return his phone calls.
Yeah, we were done. All right, so that being said, we went through that. I didn't know we were right there at the end. So let's talk a little bit, segue into the next story I have for you. And this next story is about the judge. The judge who is being arrested, or was arrested, is now going to be prosecuted for helping out the newcomer that she tried to help get out the back door. So I found another video. Yesterday I covered it lightly, but I want to go in depth and go a little bit further into what happened with this judge. So let's take a look at this.
It's a video that we've been combing through that apparent confrontation with federal agents and how they eventually took down Eduardo Flores Ruiz out here in front of the courthouse. A view of the 6th floor of the Milwaukee County Courthouse outside Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom. It's April 18th. An undocumented Mexican national, Eduardo Flores Ruiz, seen here in black, arrives for a hearing on domestic battery charges. He walks past plainclothes federal agents there to arrest him and into Dugan's courtroom. According to court documents, Judge Dugan learned of the agents' presence and confronted them in the hallway. She's seen in the video directing them to the chief judge's office. Minutes after most of the agents leave, Flores Ruiz walks out of Dugan's courtroom through this door, which federal prosecutors call a jury door, not open to the public. But one federal agent hangs back in the hallway. You can see him here in the tan. He motions to follow Flores Ruiz and gets onto the elevator with him. Here's Flores Ruiz leaving the courthouse with the agent not far behind. Once outside, Flores Ruiz starts running. Agents chased him halfway around the building before arresting him on 10th Street. What you've just seen is what could be key evidence at the center of the case against Judge Dugan, now federally indicted, charged with concealing a person from discovery and obstruction. The county released the video following an open records request from 12 News.
She's done. I mean, she may find, it's in Milwaukee, I believe, so she may find some liberal judge that's going to look the other way. But now we're getting to the point, especially with the congresswoman from New Jersey, and now this, it's very hard to tell a jury what you see isn't happening. No, don't believe your eyes. Oh, no, this isn't really. No, it's really happening. She was still in her robe. She had left the judge's bench in her robe, still as an official of the court. She wasn't at dinner, off duty, or she was right there helping this guy escape. So one of the things I want to know, again, if you're a reporter, maybe you might dig down on this, is who's this guy? You're telling me this one newcomer had a judge willing to risk her, actually two judges willing to risk their careers to get you out of here. That's on the front side. And on the other side, you had what looked like a team of undercover ICE agents. At least 3 or 4 is what we saw in the video. So why would there be 3 or 4 guys tailing this one dude? And why would these 2 judges be willing to compromise their entire future over this guy? Who is this guy? Don't know. Why are they not digging into that? Say, wait a second. Something is really weird here. I don't know if you honed in on that. So they were running a covert operation. They had people planted, just standing around looking at their iPhone for this one dude. This guy must be a kingpin. He must be high in some gang organization. I cannot fathom. I don't know if Maximus is here or not, but how they would roll out that kind of an operation just to take down one guy. And on the flip side, why would a judge go to that far to help him escape? Who is this man? See, if I was a reporter, I don't know, maybe I'm weird. Those are the things that go off like neon lights to me. If it was just some dude, some guy who came across the border and he just, it's no big deal, I don't think you would send 4 covert agents to take him down. And probably if they sent 4 covert agents to tail this guy and take him down, they probably had squad cars also waiting when they got him. So what we saw probably wasn't all the officers involved. So that question remains, who's this dude? At least it's to me. You guys can figure this out. What's going on? This guy seemed like, nope, these guys are going to come get me. He decides to, by the way, them cops are fast. That little dude had a head start on him, and they still ran him down. But in any event, that's what goes through my mind. I don't know if it goes through yours, but I would love to know who he is that warranted that kind of response on both sides. Maybe that'll come out in a trial. Yeah, this guy's probably lining the judge's pockets. Yeah, you're right, Barry. Why is that guy so special? I don't know. But I mean, I don't see Maximus in here today, but I would love to ask somebody in law enforcement, what in the hell is this? I wouldn't think you'd set up that kind of an operation to take down one dude. If he was just some newcomer that you wanted to get out the country, I don't think Tom Homan would waste those kind of resources. Who is this guy? That's what we need to find out. That's in my mind. All right. So that being said, what's Nancy said? Nancy just said, "That's why I'm here. I never think like Barry does. I learned so much. You didn't learn anything. I don't know. I'm asking a question that I saw in that video, and I watched people do certain things, and it was Did you see how the guy was communicating? He was just sitting there talking on the phone, and he saw the guy walk by. She didn't know who he was, and he gives the nod and he lets them know. I'm like, wait a second. This is like something you see on television. I mean, maybe they were filming an episode of CSI or FBI or something, because that looked too coordinated for just some dude. So I don't have the answer. There's nothing I can teach you, but with your own eyes, the only thing I can help you do is look. Just look at what you're seeing. Seems kind of odd. Let's keep going.
Say that, no, they just talked to Joe Biden and he was tip top. He was in great physical condition. He was at the top of his game. Now they're coming back covering the track saying, yeah, it looks like he was in mental decline. Well, we all know he's in mental decline. What we need to know is who was calling the shots at the White House. And one thing that was also mentioned on your show thus far is that when you sign a document that has legal implications, it has to be signed personally. It can't be signed by an auto pen. You use auto pen for proclamations and mass letters and things like that. So I think that if we can understand more about the auto pen and whether or not Joe Biden authorized it, I think this could lead to a lot of those executive orders being kicked out in court. All right. And when do you expect?
All right. So before you hear him talking, Ashley, while she's stuck in the airport, she sent me this, and I have not been able to verify it, but if it's true, OMG. Biden's longtime physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, has been called to testify regarding an alleged cover-up of Biden's cognitive decline, which may have led to potentially unauthorized use of the auto pen to sign executive actions. So all this stuff is seemingly coming to a head. That something is, and like a couple of you guys acknowledged, during that signing of the executive order, he said it a couple more times. Auto pen, huh? Auto pen. Crickets from the press. Not a single question. So why do you keep bringing up these auto pens? And what happens if they find out the auto? Nothing. They won't even touch it. It's kryptonite. Notice what doesn't happen in these press conferences. Notice how they stay away from things like it's the third rail. They don't even want to bring it up from people. That's why he does. He gives them the opportunity, and then he knows what they're not going to do. This guy is so shrewd. Bam! Auto pen. So everybody watching, hey, what's even if you didn't know that, now you're going, what the hell is an auto pen? What's Trump talking about? Auto pen. Then the signals sitting on the desk. Who do we have today that came to the forefront? You had Lincoln, who also suspended habeas, and you had Ben Franklin. So I'm thinking, again, this is supposition. I'm not telling you. I'm like, why would Ben Franklin have been brought to the front today? Talking about energy? Maybe. Ben Franklin supposedly discovered electricity like it was something to discover. But anyway, Abe Lincoln, who knows? All right, so Comer's talking big. You better do something.
Subpoenas to go out. Well, the letters have already gone out to the staffers as well as Dr. O'Connor. So if we don't hear anything...
Hear that? Hear that? Okay. So I guess we can say that what I just showed you is now verified. It's already gone out. I like when I can tie it in a bow for you, that you guys can see it. Okay, he said a couple nights ago on Jesse's show, the letter's already gone out. We're already subpoenaing them. And then boom, at 11:25 a.m. this morning, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, the name he just said, has been called to testify. Oh boy, things are going to get good.
In a week, then I would expect to start seeing subpoenas.
And if they fight the subpoena, what do you do?
We'll go to court. Jesse, they're going to try to plead executive privilege, and they're lawyering up, and we're ready. That's why we're making sure every I's dotted and every T's crossed. The best thing that's happened in the last week with respect to this is all the new books that are coming out and all the former Biden staffers who are trying to cover their tracks. You're going to see people like Pete Buttigieg who think they have political futures come forward and say, we didn't know anything. There were gatekeepers. They wouldn't let us speak with Joe Biden. And the more that comes out, the easier it's going to be to get to the truth.
All right, so there's one thing about this that I'm kind of iffy about, and I want to warn you in advance. Forget executive privilege. We already know because of Trump how easily they got around that. I don't know how you get around doctor-patient privilege. See, I can imagine them bringing this doctor in and him sitting there, and they ask him questions about Biden, and him saying, I can't discuss that. That's my patient. And it's over. I mean, I don't know if they can pierce that protection. In fact, as bad as it sounds and how much I want to see Biden go down, I don't know if we want that protection pierced. Because that means they could do it to you, and they would. So I'm just wondering how you get this guy to respond without violating the protection between a doctor and his patient. Yeah, okay, so think about that and don't get frustrated when a week from now they bring him in and it's on television and the first answer he goes, I'm not at liberty to discuss my relationship with my patient. And sits back. What do you do? There's really nothing you can do. So I guess you'd have to phrase questions as if it wasn't directed at Biden. Maybe you could say, hey, Robert Hur said this. What do you feel about it? I mean, I don't know how you get around that. Maybe if you guys are nurses or doctors, there's too many shields in front of someone's, medical records. They can't talk about it. And so I almost wonder if that's just a formality. Unless there is a way to get around it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe ask things that aren't covered by doctor privilege. What would they be? And if he asserts doctor-patient privilege, how do you challenge him on it? I don't know. He lied that he was in good health. We don't need to know what his exact problems were. There's a good point. Would you say that the president was in good health? Well, you said it on this document. And without telling any of the stuff, is it normal that someone can get, prostate cancer and be at stage 9 like 2 weeks after your test? Maybe stuff like that. Don't know. All right, let's go. I'm going to do some rapid fire stuff to get through this news.
It's interesting. The question is, I've gotten some criticism for hosting a Christian prayer service at the Pentagon yesterday. We said it very publicly. We said it very proudly. Appealing to heaven, to God, is a long-standing tradition in our military. I'm very proud that we're starting a monthly voluntary service at the Pentagon. George Washington was on bended knee with the troops, praying for God's providence and protection in that moment. Chaplains and ministers and Christians and people of faith across generations have prayed because of the business that we're in. I mean, the business of the 82nd Airborne, and you watch that 911 button for the country, is a dangerous one on behalf of all of us. And we appeal to God. I appeal to Jesus Christ for that protection. And we're going to speak that word and be open and willing to talk about that at the Pentagon. If they want to criticize that, they're on the wrong side of a very important issue. So thanks for coming with us today. We'll see you on the other side.
So I would envision It's easy for reporters and liberal nuts to question that. But if you are facing some opponent whose only job is to separate your head from the rest of your body, and if they miss your head, they don't care if they take something else off. And that's what you face every single day. Somebody wants to blow you up. Somebody wants to shoot you. Somebody wants to capture you and then do bad things to you. If you face that possibility every single day, just tell me who it is that you would seek comfort from. I would put that to a liberal. Or if, let's say you get shot, or you see them coming, who do you want to seek solace from? I pity you. If in that moment as you see them coming over the ridge or seeing a drone or something coming at you, I pity you if you have no person to seek peace with. Because in that instant, you have moments possibly before you're not able to seek any more peace. I don't want to die that way. I don't think you want to die that way. I don't think liberals want to die that way. You see, I think they think that, hey, we just die in a blink of an eye, but it doesn't happen that way. You could sometimes face somebody who wants to take you down. And you're telling me, which I cannot even fathom, you're telling me people would not go, oh, please, Jesus, please, God, help me. So I've often wondered, who do these people look to when things are bad? In their normal, maybe that's why they have no happiness. Maybe that's why they have no peace, because they don't know in their daily life when things are wrong, or your kid gets sick and possibly dies, or your dog dies, or you're in a bad relationship. You don't have the ability to go and talk to the man upstairs. You don't have that kind of relationship, so you're by yourself. There's nothing you can do. You're going to talk to some friend who's, he's a piece of crap. You're right. Yeah. But it doesn't help you when you hang up the phone. You're still sitting there going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my goodness, what do I do? Can you imagine living like that? You know, I'm not here to tell anybody that you need to become a Christian or anything like that, but I just can't imagine, because I've been in these positions many times where I'm like, I can't do this. And then, you know, you're in your quiet time, and of course you talk to your wife or your loved one if you have one. But even then, after you're done talking and you hug, you need something more, especially if somebody's dying. And you're telling me all these liberals who say, oh, your God is a Santa Claus and blah, blah, blah. What do? What happens when poop hits the fan and there's nothing you can do, and it's only going to get worse for you? What do? I can't fathom. I don't even, again, people say, Barry, you learn so much from me. I'm like, I don't even have an answer for that. I cannot imagine things being as worse as they possibly could be, or possibly somebody shooting at you, and you not being able to go, can you help me? No. What do? Oh, that sucks. They're going to kill me. Is that what it is? Oh, that guy's going to just keep beating on me. You can't call the police because you hate the cops too. So what do you look for peace in your life? There's oftentimes when I'm doing a show, and you know, for the simplest of things, oh God, please hope this works. And the lights are blinking off, and you know there's a storm. I don't know what to do. When you get to that point, and I've never been in war, and at my age I'll never be in war, but I can't imagine if I've signed up for war to go defend this country and poop hits the fan, yeah, I want to pray. And I would look over at someone who's maybe not a Christian, and I'm like, you want to come over here? I got somebody you can talk to maybe. No, I'm good. You sure you're good? Because I bet you you're not. I bet you you're not. And so when I heard the media complaining because people pray, he didn't break anybody's arm and say you have to do it. But a prudent person who's potentially going to go to war well, I guess you couldn't say meet your maker if you don't believe it. So that's probably why these people are so doggone unhappy. There's nothing to look forward to. If your life sucks here and you don't believe in God, there's nothing to look forward to. Yeah, yeah, Lisa. I mean, I didn't want to turn this into a sermon or anything, but he did. And it made so much sense. We're warriors, and, by the grace of God, we'll come back. Every single morning, police officers that leave their home, they don't go, hey, honey, see you later. I don't know if I'm coming back, so good luck. No, I pray to God I get home. Like I said, I'm not going to belabor it. We'll do that during prayer night, but I think y'all know. Yeah. How far did I throw the shot put in high school? You don't want to know. See, in high school, it doesn't really matter. High school and college are different weights. So basically, you have about a 10 to 12 foot difference between the time you make the transition. But just to say, little brag, I did 63 and a half feet. Before they went to that meter stuff, it was 63 and a half feet. All right, let's continue.
All the time. In 2017, when we passed the tax cuts, they totally missed the growth targets. They totally missed what was going to happen to federal revenue. They're not oracles. They can't foretell the future down to the exact science. Our Republican view is if we lower taxes, we'll have economic growth and it helps everybody.
This isn't rocket science because the poor people are losing benefits, Medicaid, and SNAP. Excuse me?
You said the poor people. What do you mean?
People in the
illegal immigrants, the people who won't get up off the couch and go to work.
Oh, did you see her face? Did you see her? Look at her eyes right now. Oh, you're so mush. Did you just catch me? Oh yeah, I caught you. Sorry, Abby. I just signed a 3-year long contract. Those of you guys know I spoke to Scott Jennings last week. If you haven't seen that interview, it's awesome. But look, I can't believe I caught it at that point. She is cutting her eyes at him. Hell no, you just didn't do that. No, you didn't. Yeah, what poor people? People who won't get off their ass, go to work? Those poor people? You mean people who live to be poor? Again, we're not talking about people who can't work, not talking about people who have mental issues or infirmities or disease or anything like that. We're talking about able-bodied men. If they won't get off their ass and go to work. She gets it. I'm going to have to frame that and send it to him. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me hit print screen and go ahead and because that couldn't be a better picture to hit him with. I might have to email him and say, dude, you were talking. This is how she looked at you. She looked at you like she was, if she could have had a dart, she would have sent it and stabbed you. And I really am saving that picture. All right, so now that I've saved that picture, I couldn't have, oh man, that was perfect timing. Hold on, sorry. I just had to save that because that is so good. Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought that was funny.
People. Okay, so let me explain. The requirements for Medicaid. We had this conversation last night, but here are the real details. There are already requirements for people on Medicaid to work. This changes those requirements, so it increases them. So some people will have to requalify. They won't be able to do that, and they won't have coverage. There are.
All right, so this big, huge new qualification she's talking about. Oh my God, they're gonna have to These are the qualifications. Tell me this bar is too high for people who are able-bodied. Okay, recipients 19 to 64 must work, volunteer, or go to school 80 hours a month. That's not you get a job, go to school, or go to school 80 hours a month, or volunteer, go clean up stuff. Show us that you have some initiative to do something. Go stock books in the library, you lowlife. You want my money? You got to do something. And you're complaining, Abby? Okay, next, number 2. Some out-of-pocket costs for those earning above the poverty level. So the poverty level right now is at a certain number in the United States. I forget. Let me look it up. So I actually have the number. Current poverty level. current poverty level. All right, the current poverty level in the United States for an individual is $14,580. Below that threshold, you are considered in poverty. $14,000 a month, $14,000 a year is a little over $1,000 a month, or $250 a week. Or if you were working 40 hours, that means you only have to get a job paying you $6, $7, or $8 an hour, and you're doing better than the poverty line. That's really, that's a low bar. Or if you're a family of four, the poverty threshold is $30,000, which is another thing is, unless you're sick or affirmed, why in the hell do you have a family of four and only make $30,000? That's it. All right, so you might have to absorb some out-of-pocket costs for those earning above the poverty level. Number 3, you must prove U.S. citizenship or legal status, which shouldn't be in any debate. There's no reason why that would be a problem. And it says it slashes federal matching rate for states covering, those people. So if your state is giving money to those people, you might have a problem. Other than that, you guys see a problem with this? Weren't most of you and me at 16 already way past that? At 16, your first job. Wow, I get a paycheck.
Or changes to the out-of-pocket costs for people who are on this program, so they might have to pay money in order to get access health care. It changes how the federal government reimburses the state if they provide coverage for undocumented immigrants. So there are some real changes to people who are eligible for the program now who will not be eligible for the program in the future.
I think the South African.
So? Liberals don't understand you should encourage people to want more, to improve your life, to put something in, have something in the till. Have some skin in the game is the cliche. And they're like, hey, we don't have to do nothing, just take care of us. And the question is, why should I be paying your freight? And I'm not talking again, here we go again. I'm not talking about people who have infirmities, they're hurt, they're mentally, none of that. I'm talking about able-bodied men and women. Why should I or you be paying their freight? And they try to make us feel bad by saying, no, that's fine, make them go to work. In order for you to get Medicaid, understand this, in order for them to get Medicaid, we have to go to work. If we weren't working and did the same thing they did, then there would be no Medicaid at all. You know what? I'm tired of it. I'm tired of giving you people money. I'm no longer paying into this. Then what? They don't want to count on that. They want to make sure that you keep paying so that they don't have to. I was working at 15 with a worker's permit in a nursing home for $4.45 an hour, 40 to 50 hours a week. That was 45 years ago. Bingo. And all they're saying is you wouldn't even have to work at $4.45 an hour. Just go volunteer at a nursing home. Clean up some poop. Anybody can do that. But they don't even want to do that. Yeah, go pick up dog poo in parks and doggy parks. Very simple. It's not beneath you. You know what I find beneath somebody? Having you or me pay for their freight. That is what we should be teaching people. That's one of the things that has bothered me for so long. Oh, are you beneath this? No, what you should be beneath is understanding that when you buy food or your bus pass or something else, someone else is paying for that, man. It ain't free. Someone else who's maybe cleaning up that bus station is paying for your free bus pass. It's not free. The Democrats have twisted everything to make it seem like free is this word and things just happen. There is nothing free. Nothing. Well, the mangoes on my tree are ripening. I'm going to go do a video out there. I'm going to show you because I need to show you the low-hanging fruit versus the high fruit. And you can tell me if there's a difference between the low-hanging fruit and the high fruit, other than the fact that I can reach up and grab a mango, which is free. God gave that to us. And then next to that tree is our avocado tree, which are coming in nicely as well for free. But anyway, other than that, it ain't free.
The president initially came to the meeting, and you actually saw him try to extend some olive branches. He tried to direct the conversation to trade, to critical minerals. He brought golfers that he knew the president would listen to, if not listening to his delegation that was presented there. And then when a reporter did ask about these false claims of white genocide, you also saw him try to explain the reality on the ground in his country that President Trump...
See how he quickly went through there? You didn't need to say that because you turned from editorializing into fake news. You could have said when President Trump went to talk about genocide, because that's what happened. Yeah, when the conversation turned and President Trump made up some stuff about, no, I don't need you to tell me that. You're not in South Africa. You got to worry about the eraser on your head.
And dismissed. You saw him basically say, and that the data backs this up. Police statistics in South Africa do show that on the subject of killings, there are not mass killings of white South Africans in South Africa. There have been gruesome killings of white farmers, individual cases of that. But as a systemic, the police data shows that right now that white South Africans are not killed at a higher rate than any other South African. There is.
Imagine being that obtuse. Imagine that being so obtuse that it's like, yeah, they kill people. Yeah, there's white farmers getting killed, but it ain't that bad. How bad is it? I feel like I'm on a game show. How bad is it? Oh, they're getting killed, but it's not genocide. So you're worried about words again. You know, newcomer versus, the word I can't use here. It's about words. So yeah, they're getting killed. What's the big deal? Killing white people. I don't care. But it's not genocide. We ain't trying to kill all of them. And they want people to believe this crap.
A broad crime problem in South Africa. That is very different than a claim of genocide. Then there's the issue of land. Well, under apartheid, that apartheid-led government made it very, very difficult, almost impossible for black people to own farmland. So now you've seen this law passed earlier this year by the South African government that, yes, would take land, but it's subject to judicial review.
Oh, all this stuff about taking land, it's not true. Except that they passed a law that they could. I don't get it. They can look into a camera and somehow rationalize that the stuff they said 30 seconds before isn't what you just heard. Well, President Trump talked about them taking land. But they can.
And it has to be in the public interest. So there's a lengthy process. It's not just like you're confiscating land as well. That nuance also has not been articulated by President Trump here. So you have these two issues, these two false claims. And this meeting, in a way, was the culmination of, for years now, these lobbyists of these Afrikaner groups have been traveling to Washington, talking to Republicans, also talking to this White House that has given them time, actually told us in a piece, described them as civil rights leaders as well. And you're seeing the culmination of that lobbying campaign and the amplifying of these false descriptions of the reality on the ground in this country.
How do you see it, Scott?
So I want him and I want liberals to go back and I want you to think of all the times in the last, 50 or 60 years when you stood up on television. And you wouldn't even have to go back 50, 60 years. You can go back maybe 4 or 5 years. When you stood on television and said it was an epidemic of racism. That cops were killing black people. Do you remember? I don't think he does. See, I think in order to be on the liberal media, you have to be talking to people who don't have memories. Because everything he just said is what they said. For years. It's an epidemic. It's systemic. And we would say, it's not systemic, it's incidental. Yeah, this guy and this guy got in a fight, or this guy broke into a store, or this guy shot this white guy, or this guy shot this. It wasn't systemic. They were able to put a broad-based brush and just paint the entire thing, the entirety of America. Oh, wait a minute. What's the term? White nationalism. Everybody. Nazis. Fascists. Oh, it's only a couple white people getting killed, man. What's the big deal? Just a couple white people? That's no big deal. That's nothing. Nothing at all. It's here. Systemic. It's all over the country. It's terrible. It's horrible.
Well, look, whether you call it a genocide or not, the facts are white farmers in South Africa have been murdered. A lot of people have tried to cover this up. A lot of people in, I think, media in the United States have tried to cover it up. Obviously, the South African government doesn't want to talk about it, so it was kind of a boss move for Donald Trump to roll that television in there today. And I think even the agriculture minister in the Oval Office confirmed that these people are, in fact, being murdered. So my question is...
So if you guys, like I think I pointed it out yesterday, maybe last night, every single newscast put that part out where Trump confronted the South African president. Yet none of them put out the part where the entourage that he brought to the White House all went, yeah, they're killing everybody. Yeah, they're doing it. They don't show anybody that. In fact, the guy who's sitting in front of Scott Jennings right here now realizes he just pooped his pants. Because now you're trapped. Because this next question is the same question I just said, and Scott's going to ask him. This guy's got no answer for it because now you've trapped yourself.
If it's not a genocide today, how many do we want to let get murdered so that people around here can be satisfied? Okay, now it's a genocide. Let's let a few more. I don't understand. We're talking about 50-something people they were trying to let in, and everybody's losing their mind after we let in 20 million illegal immigrants over the last several years. The president is trying to prevent genocide from happening any further to these people. They are clearly being discriminated against. Some have been murdered. This was an interesting spectacle in the Oval Office today, but it had to happen because I don't think anybody was telling the truth about it.
And they weren't. I forgot to look something up. Let me look up something because this is going to be very telling. I'm going to look up a stat. Maybe you can look up at Grok and do it yourself. Here's the question I'm asking. How many blacks were killed by whites in America in, well, let's say 2023? And for survey says it's still running. Okay. This was, let me see how far back it'll tell me. Okay, number of victims 2023 by race, but even then it's still hard to tell because you don't know how many white people killed white people and how many black people killed white people. But in any event, in the year 2023, there were 7,289 people, white people, killed, but it doesn't say by whom. It's interesting that that stat is not being shown. I want to know, yeah, I'd like to know how many, if you guys want to look that up, how many white people were killed by black people and how many black people were killed by white people or police, because they told us it was an epidemic, it was systemic. And I bet you it's not as bad as what they're doing over there. Just saying. All right, let's keep going.
You stated during your House E&C hearing that
All right, I got to preface this one. I showed you guys a couple days ago Marco Rubio, and now I've got a couple clips to show you as well. There has obviously been some sort of meeting in the Trump administration, in the cabinet, and in those meetings they have probably said to each other, when you go to these hearings, take no prisoners. Take no prisoners, take no SH you know what. Don't give these people an ounce. If they come at you, come right back at them. This cannot be by accident. It's happening too frequently. So watch this exchange between Lee Zeldin and, I forget, Senator Whitehouse.
Personally reviewed all these grants. Here's what you said. I was the one who made the decision. And I made the decision after doing individual review. I personally reviewed every single grant that I canceled. Now, you guys are going to have to start getting your stories straight, because there are 3 completely different statements and they cannot all be true. It cannot be that Voiles personally himself conducted the review of 781.
He did.
And that Coogan saw to it that it was individually done.
Others did. It's a crazy concept, Senator, but maybe more than one person was individually reviewing these grants. Maybe they were working on it for more than one day, Senator.
Will you
thought
show
about that concept?
Will you?
What about the fact
And
that
their
when
testimony is that they did it all on one day? No, I do not.
Every single time.
I do not agree with that, Administrator.
Senator.
He swore in court that he did it on one day. So you can't now come in and say that that's false.
On a day after you work on it, busting your
say.
ass for a while to get all of your ducks lined up,
That's
to
not
do
what
all
he
the
said.
research, to ask questions, to make sure you're making responsible decisions.
None of that is what he
Because
said.
you're not worried that there's going to be some ranking member at the
None of that is what he said.
who doesn't care about the facts.
None of that is what he said. I'm using the facts as your employees
I conducted
stated
an
them.
individual review of everything, and that concept doesn't work for you.
When did you conduct an individualized
Work on it
review
every
of
single day,
781
because
grants?
we have a zero tolerance
Will you
policy
show me
towards
your
wasting
schedule?
dollars. We inherit something. You don't care about wasting money.
Will you show me your
You don't care
schedule?
about wasting money, but the Trump administration does, Senator.
Will you show me your schedule?
Our schedule's publicly released. We don't put on the schedule every single moment
Will you
of the
show me
day
your
that we-
schedule
It's
to
public-
prove your assertion
I'm
that
here
you
under
did
oath,
individualized
Senator.
review of
They're
781?
under oath telling you that I was reviewing this stuff and working on it almost every single day.
And the
Why?
problem
because
with
when I
that-
was before this committee, I was asked by Senator Ricketts, if confirmed, would I immediately make this a top priority to go through all the grant funding going through EPA, to make sure that we are cracking down on every waste, every aspect of abuse. Because I have to come back here in front of Senator Ricketts today. And even though you don't care about wasting tax dollars, Senator Ricketts does.
And the
I'm going to
problem-
do my job because the American public cares about us not wasting tax dollars.
And the problem with your assertion here today is that it is belied by your own employees' sworn statements in court and by the decision of the
Senator,
Department of
you're not
Justice
grasping
to
the fact.
admit that what you say
you're
isn't
not
true.
grasping the fact that we would have multiple employees looking at these grants. That concept just escapes you like that's even a possibility.
I watched this and I'm thinking, I'm watching a cabinet member and a Senate just battle it, like having a battle royale right in the hearing. And this guy's 5 minutes are going to be up very soon because he's not going to get anything. And Lee Zeldin is basically giving the, as Dan Bongino would say, the double barrel salute. I'm not taking your crap. And somebody said, you realize this has been going on for a while with this administration. Yeah, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
About that is that
And
that's
you don't
not
care
true.
about 99% of this story.
That's not true according to your own employees'
You're not grasping
testimony.
It, Senator. I don't know what to say to you. You're insisting on the fact.
I'm insisting on the facts. That's exactly what I'm insisting on. I'm insisting on the facts, and I now have three different versions of the facts,
that Travis
including
Voiles
Department
and I
of Justice
and others
lawyers
are working on this every
who
single day
admitted
that
in
we're
court that what you're
office.
saying
And we're
now
not going
is
to
not
waste
true.
dollars just because you insist on EPA lighting taxpayer dollars on fire. The American taxpayers, they put President Trump in office because of people like you. They have Republicans in charge of the House and Senate because of people like you. Because you don't care about 99% of this story. You don't want me to go through the list of all the evidence of waste and abuse.
No, what I want you to do.
So as you're watching this fire coming out of Lee Zeldin, you have to wonder if they're doing this in public, what must they be doing in private when they're seeing these judges do all this crazy stuff? You know what? It's like, screw these judges. I'm not, and people are probably like, calm down, Mr. President. Mr. President, you just can't say screw these judges. Oh yeah, I can. Oh my gosh, this is fun.
In conflicts of interest.
What I want you to do,
qualified recipients. You don't care about
what I want you to
oversight.
do is explain why the Department of Justice lawyers representing EPA in court under a duty of candor have said that everything you've just said isn't true. That's what I want. Get me that answer.
I'm here before this committee.
I've
under
exceeded my
oath.
time. I'll let the chairman take back the gavel.
Thank you.
So what good was that? Nothing. It did nothing. You got no answers. and you're not going to get any answers. Go pound sand. We don't care anymore. I've said it many times that I feel like we're in a civil war. You describe that. You describe what you're seeing. You saw it with Rubio and Adam Schiff. They don't care. We're done. We got no more. Not one left to give. And that was the men. We saw Rubio. We saw Pete Hegseth. We saw Lee Zeldin. Now it even goes to women. Watch this.
Congresswoman, there are laws on the books in Title VI that totally...
Laws don't mean anything to this administration. I'm asking you do you realize that to send authority back to the states, to eliminate your oversight, to eliminate your accountability, to eliminate your determination as to resources going to schools that are teaching, public schools that are teaching underserved communities. This will result in the very reason that we had to get the involvement of the federal government in this issue. And that's a yes or a no. Either you believe
it isn't a yes or no, but I will not respond to any question based on the theory that this administration doesn't care anything about the law and operates outside it. So that
yeah, and she's much more calm, but she's like, I ain't even talking to you. I don't even recognize the premise of your question, which in essence is what President Trump is probably saying to these judges behind the scenes. I'm not even taking this into account. You have no authority over me. You're not the boss of me. So go stick your ruling. Give it to MSNBC. Let them say we lost again. I don't care. I am not even going to look at you. I don't care.
It's a mischaracterization, and I'll
reclaim my time for 5 seconds. Because you can say anything you want, your rhetoric means nothing to me. What means something to me is the actions of this administration, from the President of the United States conducting himself in a...
So you feel comfortable after just bum rushing a jail in New Jersey. Now you haven't been charged yet, but you're going to sit there and talk to another person, a woman who's in the cabinet, and you're going to point your finger at her, huh? I don't care what rhetoric you have to say. And you expect to get an answer? I'll tell you what, Miss McMahon is more than I am, because I'd have been like, you know what, here's your answer. You may not want to turn off the cameras. I'm going to give you an answer.
Corrupt manner to his family, enriching him and himself corruptly, to determine that this administration can tell you what's right, what's wrong, what's lawful, what's not, that it can arrest judges, it can arrest lawyers, it can use its power to bully people. And I'm telling you that...
Again, liberals don't think you have a memory. Liberals don't look past the here and now, because there's no way this woman could be sitting there pointing fingers with the other 3 or 4 pointing back at her and not understand what you did to President Trump for an entire year. Or Peter Navarro. Or Michael Flynn. Or Roger Stone. Pick a name. Steve Bannon. Rudy Giuliani. I could keep going. Did y'all forget all that?
Department of Education is one of the most important departments in this country, and you should feel shameful to be engaged with an administration that doesn't give a damn.
Ms. Litlow.
I yield back.
Yeah, these people have more patience than I do. They go to these meetings, they know for every other person up there, every Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, It's like, why do we have these meetings? Why do we even have these hearings? Because whoever's in power is going to vote for what they want. All right, so if we already know there's 10 of you and there's 12 Republicans, why are we submitting people to 50 minutes, 10 times 5, of you bitching? Why don't we just take the vote? 12 to 10, we win? That's all we need to do. I got to sit here and listen to your crap? Okay, go ahead. I'd bring my phone in. Go ahead. And I would just play some video games, check out Twitter, maybe Facebook. You done? Okay, reclaim some more time. Okay. You need more time? Reclaim it. I don't give a shit. Excuse my language. Just let me know when you're done. Because you're going to go through that whole 5 minutes, and I don't really care what you say. I don't care what you're going to do. It doesn't matter to me. It's done.
How did terrorists exploit our foreign aid loopholes?
Well, we have a lot of our international...
Can you pull your mic up? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You have international NGOs and UN agencies actively lobby here in Washington, D.C. against vetting policies that would prevent it. I was the senior vetting officer at USAID, and what we did...
Did you say United Nations is doing this? The UN?
Sure, everybody who's getting money lobbies here.
They're lobbying against us. I'm sorry, Mr. Roman.
There's actually someone who used to work for one of those lobbies, the largest NGO lobby, Interaction. One of our co-witnesses here worked for them from 2018 to 2023. USAID effectively self-funds its own external private lobby that then goes back to Congress and asks for more money for USAID.
So the taxpayers fund this lobbyist who's working against American interests.
Correct.
Possibly killing our allies and possibly Americans.
They bring together groups in Washington that overseas work with groups that kill Americans.
Yeah, I don't need a flow chart to show that. I appreciate it. Do you think USAID programs have been aligned with the national security interests of the U.S.?
No, they have not. They have actually helped China.
Mr. Roman?
No.
Okay. How do these programs compromise our national security, Mr. Premack?
They actually push China. They actually push much of the world towards China on the green energy agenda. They push people, ordinary people, billions of people towards China because of the resentment caused by our social re-engineering.
Are we being lobbied by these pro-communist China groups currently?
Well, a lot of these countries don't even have to lobby because they get the money anyway, like South Africa.
Yeah, and in fact, these lobbyists have come to the House and have tried to kill legislation like H.R. 160, which was meant to increase transparency in USAID's funding of overseas organizations.
Is that a current piece of legislation?
That's from the last session.
And give me that number again.
H.R. 160.
And what does it do?
It was meant to give U.S. lawmakers the ability to have higher transparency in terror financing investigations aimed at scrutinizing extremist groups.
Mr. Premack?
We had a regulation before we left in the last administration that anybody who touches money in countries where there's terrorists, those names have to go through databases, terrorist databases. That was overturned by Biden.
Overturned by Biden.
It's getting real deep. I mean, Tim Burchett seems like to be one of the few, very few that are digging and digging hard. And going after things. Not sure why the other ones aren't, but that's why we love having Tim on the show. See, Maximus is here, and he said somebody was acting mean to him or something. Guys, if you have a problem with something, perhaps not, complaining in the chat is the way to handle it. Go ahead and send me an email. Send Ashley an email. We'll look into it. I don't think anyone's being rude to you, but nonetheless, let's find out. All right, let's continue.
And we had a discussion privately about, hey, are these people signing up to vote? Because that would be an indicator that this, theory that people were streaming across the border in order to vote. You found some people who were illegal immigrants who registered to vote. This is confounding.
Yes, this is actually true. So we've sampled a handful of states, and in those handful of states, we found people registered to vote, and we have found people who actually voted. All
right, so this guy, in case you don't remember, he had done an expose, and he was on stage a month or two back with Elon Musk. His name is Antonio Gracias, I'd say Gracias, a billionaire in his own right. And, he's a tech guy, and he found all this stuff. And he was telling people on stage at Doge, here's what we found. So now he's talking about some other stuff that he has found.
All being done by sampling, okay? So we are sampling DHS data, and then have to go to the voter rolls, check the voter rolls, and then check give that to HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, who goes and checks the voter record by subpoena and the voter and the cards you sign when you vote. We had already 3 arrests here in Florida, actually, and one indictment.
And is that publicly known?
Yes, we posted it. The DOJ.
But the media have not covered. Like I haven't seen much about it.
So you're saying these are three individuals who legally secured a Social Security?
They legally secured Social Security numbers through the process we talked about last time, asylum or some special program or whatever, and they were given they're given a Social Security number by filing a 765 and getting work authorization, and they registered to vote, and they actually voted in 2020 and or 2024. 3 have been arrested. I just want to say this carefully. 3 have been arrested, and 1 has been indicted. The one we indicted, I want to just stop on this guy for a minute. He's an Iraqi national. He voted in 2020 in New York. He went to prison for shooting somebody, shot some guy's hand off, has charged, if I remember correctly, $60,000 or $70,000 of benefits through Medicaid, and we think is now in Iraq because he's active on his Facebook page, and the IP address is from Iraq. And credit to our friends at HSI, our partners at HSI, and to DOJ for tracking this down. I got to tell you guys, it's difficult, laborious work. It really is. But think about that a minute.
Is that the tip of the iceberg, Antonio, do you think? Or did you guys do a lot of mining and a lot of digging to come up with those 4? How big of a magnitude of a problem do you think this is? What's your intuition tell you honestly right now about whether there's massive voter fraud or not?
Great question, and I want to be careful how I answer it. I'm going to leave the data. So I'm now leaving the data and I'm entering the area of my opinion, which is what you're asking me. My opinion is, and actually let me step back and tell you what we did a second and then tell you my opinion. We are sampling by hand. So when you say data mining, we're not mining. We're actually like pick and shovel going into like by hand. This is not mechanized. There's no AI being applied. We're using SQL queries. Okay.
You're literally pulling one by one.
We're sampling a name out of the work authorization database, DHS, checking that against the voter roll, and have to go run it down to the state. It's super laborious, okay? So with that in mind, my opinion is that this is the tip of the iceberg. How big the iceberg is, I don't know, and I don't want to speculate because I think it would be not the right thing for me to do at this moment. I think we'll have more data over time. But for sure, if we can sample out of a database, and it takes an engineer about a day to find 20-ish cases. So what DOJ asks for is 10 to 20 cases per state. It just gives you a sense of what's happening. It takes an engineer about a day to find 10 to 20 cases per state in sampling. That gives you an idea of how many there are, right? That's going on.
Are you shocked that people don't care about this more?
I'm shocked. I think people really do care.
Should we care more?
Yeah. Yes. Well. Yes. I want to separate the questions.
I think we all care. The problem that these guys are having, and these are the guys from the All In podcast, great podcast by the way. Very seldom do you get a chance to listen to 3 or 4 billionaires and another multimillionaire talk business and talk about things. So I encourage you, if you'd like to elevate yourself and see something, prosperity in action, these guys talk some serious stuff. So if you want to go listen to the All In podcast. But in any event, yes, we do care. We are being suppressed. We are being told we can't talk about this. There are certain people that, certain forums where you're not even allowed to use the words. They won't let you talk about it. So I don't think it's a matter of people not caring. I think people are being muted. And I think that President Trump knows it as well, and that's why something has to be done. But the mainstream media, forget about it. They're never going to talk about it.
I think people care more. My guess is everyone here cares a lot, okay? A lot about this. I think for some reason the news media doesn't care more. Now, should you care? Yes. There's this idea it's always a little bit of fraud, it's pervasive, it's not a big deal. Wrong. Here's the reality. Every vote that is cast illegally in America nullifies the vote of an American citizen. It is your constitutional right to vote in America. And if we don't have a zero-defect system, we are violating your constitutional rights. And I will tell you, you deserve, the American public deserves, that we strive for a zero-defect system. Right? We make medical devices in America with a zero-defect system.
Yeah.
We shouldn't make votes with a zero-defect system. If we don't strive for a zero-defect system, we will get a lot more fraud. Mm-hmm. This is why the real idea is so important. We should strive for this. And it doesn't matter if it's one vote.
It's easily solved with the last 15 states that don't require voter ID to simply do that, and that would pretty much end this debate, I think.
Well, it would end more than a debate, and that's why they don't want to do it. I have never met a large group of people, and I say large group, stadium side. I've never met a large group of people who believe Democrats can win without there being somebody putting their thumb on the scale in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's outright cheating, whether it's having newcomers vote, there's always some angle. And it's always on them. It's never on us. No, we don't have a problem showing ID. No, we've always had ID. And I'm black, so I've had to learn how to use a computer. That's right. It's suppression. All the excuses are with them. Oh, you're making it hard to vote. You're suppressing people's vote. And you're doing... Never on us. We never feel that way. Never. Why is that? Because they realize their ideologies and what they think, nobody wants it. And so in order to keep California a certain way and to keep New York a certain way and keep New Jersey a certain way, you have to do the things that they're doing. You got to have mail-in ballots. You can't check IDs. You got to let everybody vote. Because if we went to a realistic system, the party would be done forever. They know it. That's why they fight tooth and nail about this. They know if they had to go on an even keel and do things the right way and end counting by 10 o'clock at night, it's over. There's a reason why they do what they do. And the reason why they do what they do is because of the fact is that they can't survive as a party without doing these things. And so the media enables them, certain Republicans enable them, and it just causes there to be two parties. Even if, one side is basically the Globetrotters and the other side is the Washington Generals. Oftentimes, Republicans have been the Washington Generals. They just play along, get their asses beat every 3 or 4 years, and it's okay because we're all getting paid. And then this guy Donald Trump comes along and he's upset the apple cart because one thing, in addition to Donald Trump being elected, that's just one thing. There have been other Republican presidents, but it's what Donald Trump did to you and me. He opened our eyes. Hey, oh, I didn't know that. He allowed us to talk. Elon Musk buys Twitter, turns it into X. We can all talk. So despite what they were trying to do and what they do here on YouTube by suppressing views and everything else, and then with Facebook doing it even more so, they have not been able to stop us from talking. And because we can talk, we spread the word. Proof of that? Right now, I was going to do this probably Monday show, they're looking to spend tens of millions of dollars to try and invent the new Joe Rogan. They don't have personalities. They don't have people who can take their message and amplify it, so they have to manufacture that as well. Why don't they have people who can amplify? Because nobody wants to hear it. There's not enough of a demand for people to hear it. If there was enough of a demand, somebody would be doing it. Obviously, there's stuff like the Midas Touch out there, and what's the other guy's name? Brian Cohen, but there's only like 2 or 3 people in the entirety of the liberal nutjobbery state. They don't have it. There's nobody in that state. And so when you look at podcasts, and there's too many to name on the right, and it all started basically from Rush Limbaugh's show, every single one of these people on the left fail. Midas Touch does well. Brian Tyler Cohen does well. Don Lemon, nope, he was on television, not working. Even Michelle Obama, not working. She wanted to be probably the next Joe Rogan. Nope, not going to happen. I mean, there's those 2 blonde chicks, and they try, but they just don't get it. And so now they're trying to raise millions. You know why they need to raise the millions? The millions, you don't need anything. You need a camera, you need a microphone. You know why they need the millions? They need the millions to convince the people on the left to do it because they're not going to make any money. And so they need to pay these people. Hey, start up a podcast, and then we'll go ahead and do fake ads and something that... They're stuck. Nobody wants to hear what you have to sell. So that's what he's talking about here.
Well, I want to tell you, there are states that do require ID. I think Real ID will solve it, because one of the things that our engineers are building, and it was already there, but they're cleaning it up, making it work properly, is a thing called SAVE. There's a database called SAVE that is available to the states. In the Biden administration, they raised the price from, I think, about $1 an API call to $3 and change an API call, and all the states stopped using it. SAVE is a database that has the actual citizenship data for the entire country. Okay. We're cleaning it up now and making the actual UI much better. If the states have Real ID and they use SAVE, you'll solve this problem. And I cannot understand why a state would not do this.
Whose decision would it be to just change the cost of that API?
So, great question, Chamath. The Secretary of Homeland Security, I want to thank her, Secretary Noem, has just signed a memo, a policy memo, to make it free.
Yeah, why is there a charge anyway? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's the right
very simple thing to
Secretary Noem
do.
make this free.
That seems like a no-brainer that we have to do that. And it started raining, so I hope it doesn't start thundering or anything like that. But anyway, so I'm almost done. Actually, maybe I should hold the interview, because otherwise we'll be here for like 4 hours again. So let's finish this video.
Today we were out asking New Yorkers about the Tish James probe, doing a little interview right there by Grand Central in Manhattan, and we met a woman named Debbie who's been living
Okay, if you haven't seen this dovetails off of what I was talking to you about last night. Those of you guys who were here last night, I played Scott Adams, where Donald Trump just quietly called Scott Adams and talked to Scott Adams about his prostate cancer diagnosis and his prognosis, and just a guy talking to another guy, no media, not in front of cameras, just he spoke to him, and people who watched it were like, wow, that's pretty cool. Well, listen to what happened with this lady.
New York for 50 years, and this woman blasted Tish James, said she loves Trump, says Trump saved her life one night in New York long before he was president, back in the Apprentice days. Told us quite a story. Take a listen.
Trump saved my life, literally. My dad and my mom passed at the same time. I was in a bad place. I was going towards the Brooklyn Bridge. Don't ask me why, but I was. Donald Trump was standing on 97th Street in Broadway. He was at a friend's birthday party. And when he saw me coming past, I was hysterical in tears. And he gently grabbed my arm. He was like, whoa, wait a minute, are you okay? And he said, well, I don't know what you're going to do right now, but whatever it is, forget about it. Take it out of your head. Your mom and dad wouldn't want that. And he talked to me till I forgot all about what I was going to do. So he said, let me pray for you. So when I went to get my keys out of my pocket, and I opened my hand, he had placed a folded up, real small, folded up $100 bill in my hand. I framed it, literally, and this is a true story. He saved my life. Yeah, he did. So anybody that has anything bad to say about Trump, that it, because he's a good man.
That's something else. What a story. And you hear stories about him like that all the time, too. You don't hear those stories about Obama, Hillary, Joe Biden.
No, you never hear those stories about President Trump. And again, if you've never heard the story about Trump and Jennifer Hudson and her family, go look that up. Her family got murdered, and he took her in. I mean, they don't talk about that stuff. This guy's been doing it for decades. It's not something he's been doing for publicity. He doesn't tell anybody. He just does it. Now, speaking of people who do things just because, I'm not sure if you realize, but today was the Naval Academy commencement, the graduation. And J.D. Vance did something phenomenal. Yeah, he gave the commencement address, and it's usually the same rah, rah, rah. But the man, after he gave the commencement address, he was there for probably another hour and a half. He personally shook every single cadet's hand. Every single one. He stayed until they all came through, and he shook every single one of them. That's what these guys do. That's what these guys are all about. Let's listen to a little bit of his speech and then watch him shaking hands.
The president took a very historic trip to the Middle East, meeting with heads of state in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Most of the headlines focused on the trillions of dollars of new investment the president secured for our country, and that's, of course, an important thing. But I actually think the most significant part of that trip is that it signified the end of a decades-long approach in foreign policy that I think was a break from the precedent set by our founding fathers. We had a long experiment in our foreign policy that traded national defense and the maintenance of our alliances for nation building and meddling in foreign countries' affairs, even when those foreign countries had very little to do with core American interests. What we're seeing from President Trump is a generational shift in policy with profound implications for the job that each and every one of you will be asked to do.
Verrier the Fourth, Jenna Rain Hernandez, Noah B. Ward, Enoch J. Kim, from the 21st Company, James R. Adams, Keanu R. Manuel, Micah H. Evans, Michael B. Marconi, Natanis T. Gaver, Sarah C. Moore, Ellen O. Ha, Ayotoye O. Oguntuashe, Charlotte A. Hill, Donald O. Pubens, Michael K. Kalalau, Peyton
I love the announcer. She was really getting into it. As Barry Cunningham. I love it. They're all getting a chance to shake the hand of the vice president. Every single one of those guys and women who were graduating from the Naval Academy got to shake hands with that Marine, J.D. Vance. I love it. Absolutely love it. So I know I put up that poll late, but my interview with Colonel Mayness is about 35 minutes. I can push it and let you guys listen, or I can wait, but it looks like so far it's like 70% of people are like, go ahead and show it. So guess what? I'm going to go ahead and show it, and what I'll do is this. If you can't stay for the entire interview, I'll go ahead and cut it and clip it and put it in our interview section so you can watch it again. This man, well, you know what? I'll let him tell you about who he is. This is an interview I did this morning with Colonel Mayness. Hey everybody, I've got a great interview for you today. I'm going to be talking to Colonel Rob Mayness. He's a 32-year U.S. Air Force vet, and he also was at the Pentagon during the 9/11 attack. So we're going to have a lot to talk to him about. I can't wait to jump in with him. Colonel Mayness, thank you for taking the time to jump in today.
Hi, Barry. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so I'm going to jump right into some current stuff, and it couldn't be more current than like today. President Trump announced that there's going to be some sort of prisoner swap between Ukraine and Russia. What does that mean?
Well, in wartime, as many people are aware, they've heard the term prisoners of war, or POWs, and prisoner swaps have traditionally been a way of getting the two sides together, to at least getting them to talk. And that's the first step, really, to ending the actual shooting part of the conflict. And as the president says, to stop the killing. And that's war's the worst thing that human beings can do to each other, because you're using countries and all of their resources to kill each other and destroy your infrastructure and those kind of things. So we want to end it as quickly as possible. Even somebody like me, who's a professional warrior for over 30 years of my life, hates war. We usually hate war more than anybody else. So this prisoner swap that's been, and they've done them before, but never under the auspices of peace talks, like what President Trump has brought the two sides together to do. So those are all good signs that they came and talked face to face in Turkey last week, and they're now going to actually do some things and take some positive actions, like a prisoner swap, based on those talks. So look forward to seeing more. I look forward to seeing more success.
Well, it seems like Zelensky has flip-flopped and vacillated so much. What is it going to take to get him to the table with Putin to end this war?
I think it's really going to take President Trump continuing to put pressure on him, both publicly and privately. And honestly, I don't think any final agreement's going to come until President Trump sits down face to face with Vladimir Putin, and they have an opportunity to talk, and Putin can get a sense of where the United States is as far as our political will to achieve peace as quickly as possible, and to for Trump to look him in the eye and say, look, this bad things are going to happen if this continues, and bad things are already happening. And Mr. Putin knows that. He's not a rookie at this kind of stuff. So, that's what's going to have to happen. And I project that there'll probably be a meeting between the three of them with at least some private time that the outcome will be they'll come out of the room and publicly announce whatever deals have been done.
What do you think each side wants? Because obviously a compromise, you both are going to have to give up something. What's Russia going to have to give up, and what's Ukraine going to have to give up?
Well, the big question is, what's Ukraine going to have to give up? I think Ukraine is going to have to agree to giving up those 4 areas that are ethnic Russian, that really were the flashpoint for the Civil War that started way back before 2014 when Russia took Crimea, and the Ukrainian proper was killing Russian ethnics in those areas in the Donbass. And those 4 areas, 3 of them have had elections where they declared themselves independent, and Russia has annexed them in agreement with the folks governing the areas. So I think Ukraine's going to have to agree to let those go. I think Russia's going to have to agree that Ukraine is an independent nation and is able to arm itself, but I don't think they'll ever agree to having foreign troops inside Ukraine as some kind of peacekeeping force and those kind of things. At least not a European or an American one. If that happens, it'll have to be from somewhere like India, Pakistan, or some mixture of those folks, and maybe some of the Asian countries.
If we got the mineral rights deal that supposedly was released, aren't we going to have to put some sort of peacemakers in there, to peacekeepers, to keep our interests protected? I mean, I would think if he's going to send people over there to mine and do whatever they need to do, that we have to make sure that those people are protected. Are we going to rely on the Ukrainians to do that?
The Russians will never accept American forces or NATO forces or Western European forces on the soil there. That will be a deal breaker, in my opinion.
Wow.
Now, we have Americans on the ground there anyway, as part of our government, in our embassies and those kind of things. We have military advisors. A lot of people don't realize this, but we have I've had military people and intelligence operators on the ground there since well before the war even started. And those folks are able to be there without being considered peacekeeping forces and those kind of things. There will have to be some kind of monitoring construct put together that both sides can agree to. And we've done that. We did that with the Soviet Union, where the Soviet Union and us flew over each other's countries. We're allowed to take pictures from airplanes, visit sites, and those kind of things. And that lasted for many, many, many years until the treaty fell apart a few years ago over all this stuff.
Are we still funding Ukraine? And if so, why?
Yes, we are still funding Ukraine and giving our very scarce resources up to them. As a matter of fact, I was just in an interview yesterday morning on Real America's Voice, and they were asking me why the senior leadership in the Department of Defense was worried about the operation we did against the Houthis that President Trump did, and that ended with the Houthis finally agreeing to stop shooting at our ships in the international waters. And their concern was that we were dropping so many bombs and shooting so many missiles and those kind of things that we were running out. And that's the reason why people like the tactical and practical reason why folks like me that are in the national security profession, even those of us that are retired, have been calling for this Ukraine thing to stop because we are wasting our military resources on an effort that's really not in our national interest. Look, the Ukraine has always been a focus of Russia when it was the Soviet Union, before it was the Soviet Union. The Rus, the Russian people, actually come from the Kiev area originally. So it's a very high interest item for the Russians. It's a vital national interest that Ukraine stay a piece of ground that is not occupied by Western European forces, that can be relied upon by the Russian people as not necessarily a neutral state, but a place where their adversaries don't have a home. And they could keep an eye on it. And that's been that way for over 1,000 years. The thing is about Ukraine, even Barack Obama said this, and I agree with him. He said the problem with Ukraine is it's not in our vital national interest, but it is in Russia's vital interest.
Right. Okay.
And that's the difference. So we need to stop pouring these resources in. We're emptying our own armories and coffers, and we never really replenished those from the Gulf War and the Afghanistan and Iraq and the GWAT. And we need to get that done.
So going to another area of conflict, is war with Iran inevitable?
No, it's not inevitable.
What about?
As a matter of fact, this president that we have now, one of the reasons I voted and worked so hard like you did to get him reelected was because he had Iran on its knees. The government of Iran was on its knees virtually. They weren't able to do the things that we've seen them try to do, like the October 7th attack on Israel, the Hezbollah missile attacks on Israel, and the Islamic Jihad attacks out of the West Bank and Judea and Samaria on Israel and the settlers and things. They weren't able to do that when Trump was in office the first time because he had broken them financially and economically. And that's what we're set about to do now. And that's why you started hearing a couple of weeks ago about Iran. Hey, we want to talk about this nuclear thing again with the United States, when they had said previously, we're never going to talk to Donald Trump about it because he doesn't want to let us have any nuclear capability. And we're right. They shouldn't have any nuclear capability that's able to be weaponized. Unfortunately, though, that horse may in fact be out of the barn. Before we ever acknowledged North Korea had nuclear weapons, we knew that they had 7 or 8 warheads already, and we didn't acknowledge that for several years. So I suspect, based on my experience, that they probably got at least 5, if not more, somewhere less than 10 warheads available.
So if you know that, then obviously Netanyahu probably knows it. So would you foresee that even if we don't go to war with Iran, will Israel strike?
I think it's a strong possibility they'll do a raid to hit their nuclear targets because it's an existential threat to Israel. They're not an existential threat to us right now, even with a nuclear weapon, because they don't have the technology and the weapons ranges to hit our country itself. Although there are some capabilities out there, like launching missiles from ships that the Iranians have been working on, among other countries, that could possibly get in underneath our radars and our defenses here, which is why we need the Golden Dome. Another reason why I voted for Donald Trump.
Is that viable, the Golden Dome? Is that something? I mean, he mentioned during his speech it's going to take a couple years. What happens if, the Democrats somehow finagle their way into getting the House come in 2026, and they decide they don't want to fund it? I mean, can he get the funding in place now so that it can't happen?
Well, that's one of the reasons why the big, beautiful bill concept is important. It's passed the House now. The initial funding of $25 billion is in that bill. But you're right. You bring up a good point. If we lose the House in 2026, and initial polling came out today that shows the Democrats have a slight lead, as crazy as that sounds, in the 2026 midterms. So we've got a lot of work to do, and we should be concerned about that because the whole system, initially the president said the total will probably be $175 billion. So we've only got $25 billion of that 175 in the big, beautiful bill. So that's got to be done. Somehow, maybe they can put some extra dollars in the out years in that bill and go ahead and fund it in this piece of legislation and get that done. So in case we do lose the House, then won't have to worry about that fight with them. But those are the kind of things that the administration and the Congress needs to be thinking about.
You know, no one. I mean, we all watched the the big blow up in the Oval Office with the South African president. And one of the things, I mean, I showed it to my community. We all watched it together. We were amazed. I'd never seen anything like that. It was even, I mean, it was bigger than what he did with Zelensky. But the one question I had that I couldn't answer was, well, why was he there? I mean, was he there just for a handout, looking to get more money from the United States? And if that, no one said what the outcome was. I mean, yeah, there was a big spanking. What's going to happen with South Africa?
Well, most Americans, again, probably don't know this, but over the last 10 years, about $6 billion have been given to South Africa. So that's why he was there, is he's looking to get supported. And with all the media that's been going on, and the president has now opened up a refugee program, an asylum program for white South African farmers that are being annihilated and having their farms forcibly taken from them by the government. So I'm sure he wanted to come there to talk. So let's see if he could get the table cleared, so to speak, and get his money flowing and everything, or keep it flowing. I'm pretty sure it hasn't been cut yet. There's a lot of money for AIDS that has been spent in that part of the world by the United States, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But dollars are fungible, and where there's big money like $6 billion over a 10-year period, that money's going a lot of places that we don't intend it to go, even if most of it's for AIDS. So that's what he's there for. The media has been helping the South African government, trying to make people like Nelson Mandela look like George Washington when he's really a Marxist terrorist, and so is his wife. And the media has been pushing back on the story, saying it's a conspiracy theory, when in fact it's true what is happening. And I'm glad the president did that. I was pleasantly surprised by the video show that he put in there, but he's a smart guy. That's again why I've voted for him twice now, is because we have to have somebody that thinks like this in order to combat the immense power of all of these institutions that have turned against the American people. The media, the free press is no longer the free press. In the Biden administration, it was the government press. Now it's the anti-American first press. And it's going to lie and cheat and steal to try to get its message across. And they still have all the money, which means they have the big bullhorn. And without a guy like Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office with the head of South Africa, showing the guy videos and forcing him to acknowledge that it's true, the media's false narrative carries the day. For some reason, people still, even in our country, don't get it, that they need to stop watching broadcast television and cable news channels and start watching shows like yours and mine, the Rob Maness Show on Worldview.
You do a lot of media, and I do a lot of media, and you can actually see the manipulation. Like every time they do the cuts, they show that one cut. They have not shown. I've checked all over the networks. They didn't show what Ernie Els, the two, and the other golfer said. They didn't show what the delegation from South Africa said. I mean, they admitted, they're killing people. They didn't show any of that. So, at what point do you think that President Trump, or I guess the FCC chairman, do you think that something can be done about the over the top? I mean, everything between going down to El Salvador, he's a Maryland man. It's absurd at this point. It's not even a little bit. It's actually comical how bad the media has become. Do you think anything can be done about that?
Yeah, hopefully the FCC chairman, Mr. Symington, can be strong enough and courageous enough to take this on, but because the tools are there, these people get access to the airways and get licensing because it's supposed to be in the public good. Well, if they're lying to the American public in order to push a false narrative that results in the American public being oppressed, being less prosperous, and being less secure, then they're no longer serving the public good. And I think the FCC has the power to take some action on them, and they should.
And as soon as they take that action, then they're going to run to the courts, and these liberal judges are obviously going to side with them with this fake umbrella of First Amendment. So what do you think should happen with all these district court judges in the slow-moving Supreme Court?
Well, again, a lot of the American people don't realize that the United States Congress is who establishes the federal courts below the Supreme Court. They are the ones responsible for the judges' positions, the way the districts are set up, and those kind of things. And Congress must take action, and they're not taking action. I'm very disappointed in my friend Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. I know him well. I've been in politics with him the entire time I've been in politics, before he was ever even a congressman. And he's a good, honest man, but he's not being very effective at protecting the American people and taking the actions that he has the opportunity now. The Congress has the opportunity to make some corrections on these courts. They can eliminate entire court districts. I think the District of Columbia federal court system should be eliminated, and those areas be covered by the surrounding states. I think that that Congress should be impeaching these judges that are explicitly partisan in their approach, and the ones that are encroaching on the Article 2 powers of the executive branch so obviously that it's almost comical, Barry, but it's not funny. It's not funny to the American people. We just went through 4 years of hell with lawfare against everybody from President Trump all the way down to MAGA grandmas, where the entire system was turned on its head and our Constitution was trashed. The Equality Before the Law Amendment, the 14th Amendment, was trashed by the people that say they're the strongest supporters of the 14th Amendment. So the Congress has got to do something to get this court system under control, and they can. You know what? They can abolish the districts where the judges are wrong, and then reestablish those districts, and then give this president the opportunity to reappoint new judges. It's as simple as that. Thomas Jefferson actually did that during his presidency.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw today or last night, the video came out of the judge who was trying to facilitate the guy escaping. I cannot believe when I saw the video, we all heard the story. We heard she got arrested. But if you haven't seen that video, and anybody who's watching, go watch that video. She's in her black robe. It's not like she was walking around. She must have just came off the bench and helped get this guy escaping. I never thought I would ever see someone, who's supposed to be upholding the law, just completely ignoring the law. I mean, you're right. It's comical, but it's also scary at the same time. So speaking of scary, and this is a touchy item, and I don't know if President Trump has been alluding to it with keep pointing to Andrew Jackson and some of the things he's been saying, but what are your thoughts as a military guy about President Trump suspending habeas?
I don't think it's a great idea. I didn't think it was a good idea that Abraham Lincoln did it during the Civil War, to be honest with you. It creates many, many more problems than it solves in the long run. And it's a short-sighted, short-term solution. But you know what? He's the president of the United States. The capability is in the Constitution. And he sees things that I don't see. So I have to leave it up to his judgment. But I don't have to publicly agree with it either. So,
from a military perspective, you have a different insight. What exactly? Because again, don't watch the news. What exactly does suspending habeas entail, and what happens if that were to occur?
Yeah, it means we can put people in prison without being convicted in a court of law. We can hold them indefinitely. We can ship them out to other places and hold them indefinitely without any restraint at all. And that's the challenge. There is that, Americans will get caught up in that because, government's not perfect. It can't do everything perfectly, no matter whether it's the government being run by the guy that I voted for or the last guy. And that's the problem. Suspending habeas corpus.
I'm sure you know who General Michael Flynn is. You're probably friends with him. He posted something yesterday all about this auto pen stuff. And this is getting scary. So are they going to be? I mean, I don't even know how you at this point do it. If Biden is too far gone to stand trial, as Robert Hur said, how are they going to dig deeper into finding out who was responsible for doing this stuff with the auto pen? And then if they do find it wasn't authorized by President Trump, how do you erase everything that's happened over the last 4 years?
Well, let's take Biden first and the Hur thing. Don't just listen to the clips that the media has released, which makes Biden look more bumbling than he actually was during that interview. Go listen to the whole interview, and you can see that Hur. I am disappointed in Robert Hur because he made a political judgment not to prosecute him and used his doddering as an excuse. If you listen to the whole tape, he's kind of slurs and bumbles around a little bit, but it's obvious that he and his lawyer are steering around things, and that Biden has the ability still to do that. He's been in politics for a long time. He's done talk around, what we call talk around, for a long, long time as a professional at it, and it shows in the full tape when you read that. So he could be held accountable, in my opinion, still to this day. Number two, how do we hold people accountable for the auto pen? Well, we know who the staffers were. Right. It's a very simple thing that the federal prosecutors and Department of Justice start questioning those people and get them under oath and depositions, and then when they find the crack or the leak, they put pressure on them to roll over on who was actually doing it, who was making the decisions, and you go from there. So it's entirely possible to do that. And then three, it's all public record what the auto pen signed and approved. So it'd be very easy. It would take a lot of time and a lot of work to find it all, but it'd be very easy to roll all that stuff back, and it should be rolled back because the Constitution vests the executive power in one individual in an individual office. It's the only place in the Constitution of the United States where it does that. And that individual in that individual office has to be the one making those decisions for them to be valid in the long term. And if he wasn't doing that, then they're not valid.
So in this investigation that more than likely is going to come pretty soon, who is going to be the final adjudicator? Is it a district court? Is it the Supreme Court? Is it a military tribunal? It's uncharted territory. Who is going to make the call?
Yeah, I would prefer that a military tribunal do it, to be honest with you, but I don't think that'll happen in today's society. So I would imagine that the Supreme Court will have a major role in that because there are separation of powers issues that have to be looked at and debated and those kind of things. So at a minimum, the Supreme Court will have to have some role in that, but it'll probably emanate out of the Department of Justice.
When you said you don't think it would go to military tribunal, why not?
I just don't think our society will accept that kind of activity like it did after the Civil War. The military tribunal is what convicted the people that were hung as traitors after the Civil War. It was all a military trial system. Although I think Mr. Trump will consider it, I just don't think he'll realize or think there's enough support to really be able to get that job done. You may be able to start it, but as the facts come out and the really hardcore gears start turning in public, there will be a lot of wailing and gnashing of teeth from our soft society.
Yesterday, they mentioned that one of the ones who might be most vulnerable is General Mark Milley. Would that be something that would qualify for military, or would that have to be civilian as well?
That would easily qualify for a court-martial. A lot of us that have worked the issue of the unlawful order for the vaccine and the debacle for Afghanistan and some of the other unlawful things that it's reported that Mr. Milley has done have called for him to be recalled out of retirement and put under court-martial investigation and taken to a court-martial. It's very difficult to do, but it is doable, and the process is there for this very reason. I don't think there will be, if that is successful, if we do get a court-martial on one or two of these senior folks, I don't think there'll be many more, but there will be administrative procedures. The most common one that's recommended, and one I've recommended too, is called the grade determination. When senior officers retire, we all go through this. When we retire, we are looked at for a grade determination, and that simply looks at your service to determine which of the last years of your or the last grade you served honorably in. Okay. So if you get promoted to general, 1-star general, and then you have problems, get inspector general complaints against you that are validated and those kind of things. When you come up for retirement, the system can look at you and go, well, you served honorably as a colonel, but had all these issues as a general. We're going to retire you as a colonel. Wow. That's probably the most convenient way to hold these folks accountable, but really it's not enough. We have to set the record straight and let the chips fall where they may, and the evidence lead us to either a declaration of innocence or guilty at a court-martial for at least one or two of these very, very senior military.
Yeah. So I got one more question for you, and this is more of a experience perspective. What in hell happened with this country? From the FBI to Merrick Garland to the Democrats to the media to the military and Mark Milley. What happened to where it seemingly is that so many people don't want this country to be what we all of us want it to be? How did it happen? I mean, what's going on?
Well, President Dwight David Eisenhower tried to warn us of this. He called it the military-industrial complex, but it really turns out to have been much more deeper than that. Today, folks call it the deep state. You'll hear people professionals from the military and the long-term professionals from the government that will acknowledge it, call it the administrative state. All of that started really post-World War II in the Eisenhower administration. That's why President Eisenhower was warning us when he left office about this issue. And I believe, I didn't always believe this. Look, I served 32 and a half years, retired in December of 2011, so not too long ago. But I now believe that the unelected bureaucrat cabal that has controlled the United States government since that administration, the end of that administration especially, is responsible for doing a lot of things, including killing John F. Kennedy, probably killing Robert F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, taking down Richard Nixon. That was part of that effort. What happened with Donald Trump. All of those things, and I even believe there's probably some type of interaction with 9/11. I was in the Pentagon on 9/11. I helped put the war plan together in the response to 9/11, so I saw the intelligence that we had on the bad guys where we were able to identify them. That stuff was all real, but what I'm not privy to is all the machinations that led up to that. And interactions from our government. And I believe that there was probably some interactions that might have resulted in that attack happening. So having said all that, so I think that the people that we thought were in control of this government, the American people, haven't been since the Eisenhower administration, unfortunately. Wow. And Donald Trump, them fighting so hard against him, I truly believe that he and his family would have been put in jail for life had he not won the second election. And I talk about that in my new book, Barry. I've got a book that's going to come out hopefully in December. Its subtitle is "What Can I Do About It?" Because that's the question I get most often, whether I'm talking to young people that want to go in the Air Force like I did as a 17-year-old enlisted kid right out of high school, or talking to people in my political arena travel since 2013 about issues. The most often question I get is, what can I do about it? Well, what we can do about it right now is make sure Donald Trump's got a Congress that will support his policies, which his policies are what's best in the interest of the American people first. And that's why we have to do it, is because we have to turn this machine off and re-cage it, rebuild it, so that serving us again, public servants in the unelected bureaucracy, instead of trying to control us. And we've seen it's very obvious, the pandemic response, all of these things, that it's trying to control us. And there are our own fellow citizens that are operating that machinery.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when you get the book done, when do you expect you're going to have it finished?
We're shooting for December so people can buy it for Christmas presents.
All right. Well, when you get the book done and you're ready to release it, let's get you back on the show and talk about some of the stuff that's in the book. Thank you very, very much for your time. Have a great weekend. Oh, by the way, let me stop. I forgot to bring this up. At 1 o'clock, President Trump is signing executive orders. People think it's going to be about expanding nuclear reactors and power throughout the country. What are your thoughts on that, real quick?
I'm a big advocate of small nuclear reactors being proliferated throughout the United States. When I left the Air Force, I was the commander of the 6th largest base out in Albuquerque, New Mexico in the world. And we were actually studying and had pitched a proposal to get funding to study it even further, to put 2 75 megawatt small modular reactors on our base so that we could power the base, give power to the state, the surrounding community in peacetime, and be able to have those available in wartime so that we would always have power, because we ran into infrastructure and electrical power and natural gas issues while I was the commander.
Most of us
all for it.
Most of us, when we think nuclear reactor, we think of the giant towers for like they had at 3 Mile Island or Chernobyl. What do these? I mean, it's 2025. Obviously, the technology is much different. What do these nuclear reactors that you're thinking of, and what President Trump is thinking of? What do they look like, and how much space do they take?
Yeah, it depends on which version of the new tech that you're looking at. Some of them are small buildings size and those kind of things. But think about this, and I ask people to consider this. We have had small reactors in submarines, which are very small, powering U.S. aircraft carriers for decades and decades and decades with very little issues as far as contamination and those kinds of things. So we have the technology there. It's much safer today than it was even back during when the Fukushima reactor melted down a few years ago. The technology is safer, it's smaller. The fuel reprocessing capability, so that we're not having to store old fuel, we can just reprocess it, has come leaps and bounds. If you're interested in this, you should follow a guy named J.R. Majewski on X. He's an Air Force veteran, but he's a nuclear reactor and power expert. And a good friend of mine, and you can follow me too. Obviously, I'm a big advocate of it, but I'm no expert in it other than I'm an advocate for it, and would be more than willing to help people get a better understanding.
Well, definitely, because I think one of the messaging problems is that people, I mean, even like me, we think of nuclear reactor, we think of the giant big towers like at 3 Mile Island, because we haven't seen, until you just said it, I'm like, the subs have it, the aircraft carrier.
Jane Fonda and the false narrative of the China syndrome is still infecting the minds of the American people.
Yes, for sure. All right. Thank you, Colonel Maynes, and have a great weekend. Thank you very much for coming on.
Thanks for having me on, Barry.
Yeah, wow, that went very well. All right. So one of the things, as I'm reading some of the comments, and there's been some people like, I don't like this guy. He might be paid opposition. He doesn't like habeas, but you didn't listen to what he said. Sometimes before you start hitting finger to keyboard, you might want to listen to what is said. As a military guy, and I mentioned there was a military guy in here as well, he's a soldier. Sort of like me, and I played football, and get in a huddle. And when you get that huddle and the coach brings into play, you may look to the other guys in the huddle and go, this ain't going to work. I don't like this call. I don't like the call the coach just made. But the quarterback tells you shut up, and then you break and you run that play to the best of your ability, and nobody anywhere in the stands or on television has any idea that you didn't like what the coach called. He followed up his statement. You can rewind it and listen to it. He said, I'm not a big fan of habeas. And then he said, however, if the president calls it, he knows more than I'm behind him. That's what I think a lot of people miss all the time. It's okay to have disagreements. Hey, listen, I wouldn't personally do it, but you know what? If the boss says that's what we're rolling with, that's what we're gonna roll with. I'm behind you 150%. I wouldn't make that call. I think it's dangerous, but I voted for you and I'm behind you 100%. That's the difference. You guys think everything should always, no, let me rephrase that. Some people think that everybody should agree on everything all the time and not have any other opinion. That's insane. It's okay to have a different opinion. In addition, this guy, he's a retired colonel. He's seen a lot more than you and I have seen. So he knows basically when you pull that pin, that grenade's gonna blow up. And hopefully it's not in your hand. But if I'm told to take that flipping hill, we're going to take that flipping hill the best of our ability. That's the difference that a lot of people don't know. You've never, unless you've been in a situation like he's been, or like I'm talking about being in a huddle, unless you've been in a position where you know, no matter what you think, when it comes time to execute, you execute. You don't hold back. Even if you think this pass is going to suck, or the quarterback can't do it, or the running back, do your job. Your job is to block that guy, or do this, or tackle that other guy. That's your job. Everything else, that's a coach's problem. I want to make sure when they roll the film back, I'm like, good job there. Okay, I did what I'm supposed to do. And I would expect any military guy to do the same. Hey, I think we should do, you really want to do that? I don't know if we should do that. It doesn't make any sense. Do it. Done. That's the difference. That is the big difference, is being able to have an opinion, but when it's time to actually do it, you do it. You have the opportunity and the luxury of being able to sit back here on a keyboard. Like, I don't like the way he's doing that. He might do this. And no, he's telling you what he thinks. And he followed it up immediately and told you what he'd do. Never take those two things apart. See, that's one of the problems with liberals, is they will tell you stuff, but they ain't going to do it. I may have a disagreement with you, but if we decide, or we're ordered, this is what we're going to do, then that's what we're going to do. Period. And I'm going to do it as well as I possibly can. And I'm not going to look back on the decision. Maybe afterwards we're sitting back having a beer going, man, we should have done that. But okay. But I'm not telling everybody else. That makes me a complete you know what. You know, you don't question that. And so I loved how he's actually, I felt good about what he said. Because that tells me, you know, people like him, people like my dad, people like Robin's dad, people who were in the military, who understand operational security and execution, say to themselves, I may not like this, but I have no question. There is no doubt in my mind, when the order comes, you do it. Period. And so that's where the big difference is in regards to everything else. He knows he knows what's going to happen. And he's probably thinking, if we do it, then if they get in power, they'll do it, and blah, 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 blah. And if you saw the movie, I told you, go watch the movie, The Siege, with Denzel Washington and what's the guy's name? Bruce Willis. And they have a meeting. They're in like some sort of situation room. And he's like, what do you think? I'm like, it's not my job to think. You guys give the order, we're going to roll. So you guys figure out what you want to do. And Bruce Willis basically said those words. You don't want to see the guns and the tanks and the Humvees rolling down Fifth Avenue. You do not want to see that. However, y'all decide, you're going to see the biggest fighting force in America take over the city. I just need you to tell me what you want me to do. That's the type of guy he is. That's the kind of guy I want. Yeah, I may have doubts, but you won't know the difference. I'm going to execute like you wouldn't even see. So I told you I had some breaking news. It's as Donald Trump would say, it's huge breaking news. But before I do that, I got to show you again my good partner from Patriot Addict. They want me to talk to you about the Trump blanket. And here is the Trump blanket. It is a nice, big, warm terry cloth blanket. And they have some words that they like me to say, but I'm going to have to change it based upon the breaking news that's coming. You see, they've got this blanket, and they know, maybe if you're sitting in your backyard, you might end up seeing your neighbor and like, hey, neighbor, look at this. And your neighbor might get ticked off at you being some liberal or something. You're like, I love my blankie. Love my blankie. But Patriot Addict is doing something just for the fanfare community. They're offering this blanket that I'm showing you right now for free. Absolutely for free. Just like with the knife, all you have to do is pay for shipping. You pay for shipping and you get this big, beautiful blanket like the big, beautiful bill. You get it for free. No hidden charges, no recurring fees, none of that. None of that BS. Just cover a small shipping fee and it's yours. The blanket, as I said, is gorgeous. It's thick. It's warm. You can see it's decked out in patriotic pride. So it's even got a big eagle down there. Look at that. Look at that. Pretty cool. Absolutely cool. All right, so they're only giving this out to support the fanfare family and show your support for Trump. But you know what? I got a better place where you can use it instead of your backyard. So if you want it, go ahead and click the QR code or use the QR code to get the blanket, and it can be yours free, except for a small shipping charge. So I want to show you where you might be able to take this blanket. See, there's going to be a good need for you to show your support and wear your blanket or your Trump hat or your the hoodies that we gave out. There might be a good time for you to utilize that. So let me go on the screen here and show you where you might want to use it. This is huge. Let me put the screen up so you guys can see this. Posted on Truth Social. I am proud to announce that we will be hosting a magnificent parade to honor the United States Army on its 250th birthday on Saturday, June 14th in Washington, D.C. For 2.5 centuries, our brave soldiers have fought, bled, and died to keep us free, and now we will honor them with a wonderful parade, one that is worthy of their service and sacrifice. Americans across the nation are invited to attend, and you can go to that RSVP, America1250.org, on June 14th. Wonder what June 14th is? Well, if you're not really sure, let me tell you. June 14th happens to be Flag Day in America, where we honor the flag. It also happens to be Donald John Trump's birthday. So he's holding a giant party, big soiree, a parade on his birthday in Washington, D.C. But you know what? That's not the big news. Oh, no. It's big, but it's not the big news. So let's look at what the real big news is. This news is so big that here on May 23rd, 2025, Donald Trump may have secured the state of Pennsylvania in the Republican column for quite some time. This news I'm going to tell you might make Pennsylvania no longer a swing state. It may make Pennsylvania a red state. Democrats, sorry, but this is huge. Not without any further ado, I am proud to announce that after much consideration and negotiation, U.S. Steel will remain in America and keep its headquarters in the great city of Pittsburgh. For many years, that's in Pennsylvania, by the way, for many years, the name United States Steel was synonymous with greatness, and now it will be again. This will be a planned partnership between United States Steel and Nippon Steel, which will create at least, drumroll here, 70,000 jobs and add $14 billion to the U.S. economy. Can you say that again? Cha-ching! $14 billion and 70,000 jobs. Yes. The best part of this is, like some of these other deals are spread out over years, the bulk of that investment will occur in the next 14 months. This is the largest investment in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. My tariff policies will ensure that steel will once again be forever made in America. From Pennsylvania to Arkansas and from Minnesota to Indiana, American made is back. Now this is the part where I get involved. I will see you all at U.S. Steel in Pittsburgh on Friday, May 30th, next week. Next Friday, he's holding a rally in Pittsburgh. So you guys better all come back here. We're going to be celebrating a rally. We're going to be talking. I'll tell Ashley when she gets down here. We'll go. She still ain't even on the plane. It's still delayed. We'll get all kinds of giveaways and stuff. It's going to be a party. We're going to have a party. We're going to celebrate U.S. Steel. U.S. effing Steel is back, baby, with 70,000 jobs and $14 billion in the economy. What a way to begin the weekend, knowing that Donald Trump is doing something like that. And I gotta believe, I could be wrong, but I think that's gonna just change Pennsylvania and let's just move the P over to here, make it red. It's always been so close, and now it's done. It's absolutely done. Especially if he can do some stuff with the voter ID and everything else. That is huge. Hey, great news. We're going to win so much, you're going to get tired of winning. Oh, you want me to play it?
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
And yeah, you're right. Scott Pressler has been doing a great job of registering people to vote in Pennsylvania. Now he should be able to just, man, can you imagine? We're going to winning, absolutely winning. Maybe the Steelers will now win as well, too. That's pretty funny. Boy, that 70,000 jobs is a lot. Congratulations to Steeler people. Those of you who live in Western Pennsylvania, it's about to be money time. Prosperity, wealth, 70,000 jobs in Pennsylvania. Whew, man, yeah, many millionaires will be made. There's got to be people who might still be alive who worked in the steel mills before, who may want to go back. Oh boy, another rally. I love rallies. Oh man, from the very first time I ever did one of his rallies, I just this is just amazing. Just amazing. And now that I'm working with the guys at Rumble, I'm not even going to worry about the music. YouTube will have a problem. They'll say you can't play the music, but I'm going to play it. I'm telling you right now, right here on May 23rd, I'm playing the music next Friday. We are going to celebrate. And it's going to be also simulcast on X and on Rumble as well. And just go party. Have a party. Party like it's 1999. Let's see here. Scott Prevalent, he's moved on to New Jersey. He already conquered Pennsylvania. Oh, wow. That's so very nice. Barry, you're amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. You guys have been here for nearly 4 hours. You'll be here once. If you stay through the after party, you will definitely be here for 4 hours. I'm going to go figure out what's up with Ashley's plane. And last time we checked, it was, now it's not due. She was supposed to be here at noon, and now they're saying it may not get here till 9 o'clock tonight. We had dinner planned, all kinds of stuff. God will make it out. He'll work it out for us. What's the location of the rally? They didn't say, but it's in Pittsburgh. It'll probably be at one of the maybe they could do it at one of the steel mills and build a nice stage out there. I don't know what's available, but that would be really cool if the steel mill was behind in a backdrop. That would be crazy, absolutely crazy. All right, so I can't believe 4 hours later, 8,000 of you still are here. That's so fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, let's go ahead and the liberals are they're going to go nuts. Can you imagine how much they're going to complain about the steel mill? He's making so much news, it's almost hard for them at this point to talk crap. What are you going to say? He's doing amazing job, and but he's not hiring enough black people. Not enough black people in Western Pennsylvania. Yeah, whatever. I'm done with that. I'm so done with that. All right, here we go. Jose, Barry, your opinion on the big, beautiful bill. Will it pass the Senate? Yes. They're going to lose probably 3 or 4 people, and they may lose more than that, but then J.D. Vance is sitting in the wing. So all these guys like Ron Johnson and everything who are posturing, they better know better. It's coming. Redeem Patriot. Our money was stolen to pay for stealing our children. Yeah, I can't say the rest of that stuff, but yeah. Redeem. Kennedy is the old fart you can't help but to love. I don't even know where he comes up with some of the stuff he says. Kathleen. Needed our berry today along with morning latte. And what she's referring to, what Kathleen is saying, I didn't know I was going to do a show today because Ashley was going to be here at noon. I'm like, and then all of a sudden it got delayed, so I did a show. Who knows? Depending on how late she is, we may do a night show. We'll see. Stan Mifflin. Barry, did you see that the Supreme Court ruled that Trump can't make decisions regarding the Fed? Wasn't exactly that, but watch him. Myra Favela. Why is Trump wasting money on the Golden Dome for the Defense Department? That money can go to the American people. I thought we were... well, it is going to the American people. How is protecting America a waste? That's the first question you have to answer it. Based on what you wrote, how is protecting America a waste of money? $175 billion of savings is still going to the warmongering military. I'm sorry. War is when you're fighting another country. War is when you're taking on a country that's coming after you or you're going after them. Protecting America is not war. So that's where you're wrong. Protecting America is not war. Shut up, Lily. So that's different. So, okay, she's out there talking probably to Friday. I don't know who she's talking to. Ruth McGurdy, if a patient is a danger to self or others, disclosed of medical records is valid. Interesting. Interesting. Miss Avi, been working since 14, chicken fillet factory, fabric store, convenience collection agency, then corporate. Now I'm an executive assistant, moved from poverty, 6-figure salary. Boom! Boom! Congratulations. Sharon's Devotions. Thank you, Barry. My husband and I enjoy your show every day. We appreciate you for having integrity and telling it like it really is. We need more like you. May God always bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jen V. President Trump is giving our country CPR, and rhinos in the left are smothering our life-sustaining breaths for their own benefit, nonetheless. Maximus. All right, Barry, we looked at this. And Barry, Maximus, you know we always talk, and I've talked to SB and a couple of the, he's talked to the mods. I don't know what you mean, that people were mean to you. Yes, please share info you get directly. Yes, I don't love that value. But a couple... I love your mom, but a couple have been rude for whatever reason. Just watch uncles, you have a queue. Now understand, there's only 4 mods. So you should probably, if you think someone's talking to you badly, get a hold of me, get a hold of SV, make sure you got the name, because it could be somebody else. I don't think our people singled you out at all. Let's see here. Muse, Mercy, Mighty Howells, Muse, Mercy, Great Rock and Good. Yep, you told me. I'm going to look them up. And Donna, we need to rebuild Congress to start working for us as they're supposed to and not for themselves for political gain and stop them from stealing our money. I couldn't agree more. All right, guys. I don't think we'll be on tonight. Hopefully she can get into town. We can go to dinner. We'll see what happens. It's crazy. The weather here is perfect. The weather where she's coming from in North Carolina. So I don't know what the problem is. I don't know if there's something super duper secret. But if I don't see you, I'll see you Monday. If she can't get here, then I may be on tonight. So we'll see. I'll definitely post. Thank you very much for sticking out almost 4 hours.
you.